Schneider is now third, fourth, and in fifth place as well with the Ram Racing car number 30, Johnny Molam's time, which we told you about, of 2 minutes 4.483 there in fifth fastest place. And then sixth is the Lapidus McLaren number 17 in Adam Christodoulou's hands with a time of 2 minutes 4.823. That's the top six.
Suggestion from the Midway Motorsport Listeners Collective at RadioLeMans.com. Mr. John de B, Jean de Baptiste. I like that. I like that.
Interesting. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Paul. Now we have 19 of the 20 cars on the front page, all A6 cars. That's the first time that's happened. That's what I say, 19 of the 20.
Oh, I see, 19 of the top 20.
Yeah. That's the first time we've had that many of the A6s. We've never had the full page. Yeah, there's always been an SP3.
Okay, no, I thought we'd had the whole of the top pages A6s before. Yep, and I doubt whether it will happen very often during the race, to be honest. I suspect that we'll be getting the SP2 or possibly more likely some 997 sneaking in there in the Porsche class. As I say, you've got to, I've mentioned this before, but you have a choice basically if you are in a 997 whether you run in the 997 class or whether you run it as a GT3 car or effectively A6 cars, both A6 and SP2 catering for what are basically GT3 spec cars. And that's why they all run together in their qualifying session, which will be coming up at 4:15. 5 o'clock till 5:30. 4:15 is the touring car section of the qualification.
I don't know if we said this. Go ahead.
Just before we do that, let's go down to Bruce Jones. He's down luxuriating in the shade of the pit lane at the moment. Go. Bruce Jones in the pit lane. Good news for that Aston Martin, bad news for another, the Danish Perfection Racing Europe machine. Black and white flag, not respecting the track limits, and basically what that means, if you're new to all this, is that we're watching you.
Yes, we are watching you.
Now looking down on the pit lane there.
Straight into...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh. Sorry, John. Straight into third place, Bernd Schneider with that time 2 minutes 2.444, showing that there's nothing wrong with their ability to set a car up. 3 laps he did straight. Four laps, and straight back into the pit lane. Bonnet goes up on the poor little engine, or the poor big engine. Bernd Schneider jumps out of the car. Well, jumps is a slightly kind term, but gets out of the car. Another driver rushes up to get in. We'll tell you who that is as soon as we've identified it. I think it might actually be Sean Edwards. But
it was Sean Edwards.
It looks like his helmet.
So Sean Edwards getting ready to get into the car, but Bert Schneider then with just 3 flying laps, 2 minutes 2.444 in the refettled number 1 now Black Falcon Mercedes.
Just from eye, that car has got a different bonnet, different wings. I think it's the same rear panel, the same design of rear panel. But they've done a lot of work on that car, changing bits and pieces over.
Oh yeah.
And the only thing they haven't done is striped it up. So
all cars are not created equal.
No, I wonder if they've taken some of their stripes off their panels when they've hung them on that car. But there's a lot of differences. It's quite a remarkable transformation. Reminder that we will shortly be going to do radio on the telly.
Did we do this earlier? Lizette Brahms from the Racing Divas,
right?
And Luke Brahms from Vesher the Magan.
Yeah.
Our wife and husband and the parent of Max Brahms.
Yeah.
That's been tweeted by a responsible adult, and that is so. Keeping with our family theme,
it's a family affair.
Should be the
theme tune to this, shouldn't it? It really should be.
I can't think of a. I know in the IMSA GT3 Cup series, there's a mother and son that race together. But that's the first time I've ever heard of mom and dad and son all in the race in different cars.
Yes. Yeah. That could make the
for an interesting dinner conversation.
I think Luke and Max, father and son, are in the same car, but only Lizette is in the other one.
So that's at least 3-4 now sets of family we've got in various parts of the field, with the little sit-run with that car, with the Joneses, and so on. So we are coming to the last 5 minutes of this session, which means that this, by my watch, is going to run over the top of the 4 o'clock, isn't it? Just
yes. Sean Edwards has gone out at the wheel of the number 1. He'll have time for one flying lap, and possibly a further improvement for that number 1 Mercedes.
He forgot to change his driver.
He did forget to change his driver, but I'm sure the system will cope.
Yeah, what you'll see on the information screen that you'll get in a moment, that there'll be a large crater open up at the end of the pit lane, and he'll fall into it if he doesn't do it. Right. Yeah. Now, if we say that, we'll find out whether he was listening and just rebroadcasting our stuff earlier. That shot down the front straight is great. I love it. If you're watching the stream, it's on there now back on and on board. If you're not watching the stream, www.24h2buys.com, and then you can see what the heck I'm talking about. And in a couple of minutes' time, we'll be joining our colleagues
find something funny
from television. So we're going to wind up from the radio standpoint for this session with just 3 minutes left. We'll round up what happened at the end, because this is a qualifying session, but on behalf of the team here at Dubai, thank you very much indeed. Join us back in sound and vision with RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan, from the 8th edition of the Dunlop 24 Hours.
Welcome to the Dubai Autodrome and the 8th running of the Dubai 24 Hours in association with Dunlop. You're joining us here for qualifying for the 24-hour event, which of course starts tomorrow afternoon local time. Now, before we hand you over to the erstwhile John Hindhaugh and Radio Le Mans, let's give you the story of the event so far. And I'm afraid it's a story of accidents, bad news, and a bit of redemption. Firstly, we look here into the 21 Rhinos line. What you will see, unfortunately, is a very, very badly damaged Lamborghini. This car went out this afternoon, and as you can see, it's picked up 2 quarters of damage. None of its own fault whatsoever. Unfortunately, some oil was put down towards the end of that session. In fact, the last half hour was lost. The car went off into the side, and that car, unfortunately, being a GT3 machine, is unrepairable. So we've lost the 21, we've lost a very beautiful Ferrari. Now, at one point, we did think we might be losing another car, and a very significant machine, because those of you who were with us for the 7th running last year remember it was won by the Mercedes SLS of the Black Falcon team. Well, out in the free test yesterday, and I'll just put that on there, in the free test yesterday, car number 1, the winning car, had an accident. A large amount of damage. This is Sean Edwards. Sean, who was one of the winners last year, wasn't driving the car. Sean, perhaps you can explain to us the damage the car received this time yesterday.
Big, huge damage. It hit the wall hard, and luckily Hannah was okay. The car took with the most of the impact, but the consequence was the car was totaled and ridden off, and amazingly the team managed to sort out another chassis and work out. They literally have worked. They haven't slept the whole night. They worked through up until 15 minutes ago, where the car was just ready, and they stripped everything out: gearbox, chassis, suspension, everything you can name apart from the actual basic chassis has been replaced.
I mean, that's the remarkable thing is that there was another car, the Jones team, who are running the Pressy Spark SLS. Well, they had a spare car, the original customer car, sitting in the back, just there in case of trouble. There was trouble, and I believe there had to be some interesting negotiations.
Yeah, there was. We went to meet them in the hotel last night, and very kindly they gave us the car, and we have now built the chassis up from scratch. And yeah, I have to say a huge thanks to the team Black Falcon and all the mechanics. Just done an amazing effort overnight, and I have to admire them, because the job they've done is just crazy, and they're going to have to do the same tonight and then a 24-hour race on top of that. So I can't even imagine what they're going through at the moment. But the car's out, and Bernd's gone really quick, and Jerome has just done a 202 low on his first lap, so he's P2. So obviously the car is quick, and we look in good shape, and I'll be doing the qualifying in the next session, and hopefully we should be fighting up there for the pole.
I mean, give us an idea, even though, of course, you bought a car from the Joneses, the Pressy Spark machine, even though it's a very similar spec, you've literally had to take everything out of it and put all your versions of the electrics, the suspension in.
Yeah, basically they've taken the whole car down to a chassis. They had to take the engine out of the Joneses car, they had to take the engine out of the crash car, put the engine back in, they had to get a new gearbox from Mercedes, they had to get all the suspension components off our car, replace it that. They've still got a little bit of work to do on suspension, replacing all the consumables like the drive shafts and the moving bearings and stuff tonight, so they've still got a lot of work ahead of them, but incredible what a race team can do once they put their mind to it and have a situation like this.
Certainly, Sean. In fact, we just turn around here, Jürgen, you will see the arrival of the rebuilt car. This machine was completely different 24 hours ago. It's now been rebuilt as the number 1, the reigning champion machine. There's more work to do this weekend, and certainly a story we'll be watching very closely, both today and as the 24 hours unwinds over the next day or so. But to talk you through the entire event, this fantastic Dubai 24 hours in association with Dunlop, we have, of course, Paul Truswell, we have Jim Roller, but first, John Hindhaugh.
Thank you, Nick. That is a truly amazing story, gentlemen, the amount of work that's gone on that car. Okay, there's got to be a bit of luck in motor racing. Was it Reinhold Jost, I think, he said, I'd rather be lucky than good, although he had plenty of both of those particular things down the years. There was that spare car there, but it wasn't as if they just had to stick number 1 on the door, as you heard. And I'm amazed, and I've raised an eyebrow there, Jim, as Nick was reporting from the pit lane, that there is still work to do. The drive shafts, the bearings, etc., are still to be replaced on that car.
They're going to go through that car from front to back, and they are going to change everything on it and get it ready for tomorrow. Those mechanics are looking at 72 hours with little or no rest at all, and those drivers should be on their knees thanking those mechanics at the green flag tomorrow, because those poor guys are in for a long slog.
It also means that warm-up for those guys tomorrow is going to be very, very important. Jerome Blackmore just taking his helmet away from the hands device there. Bernd Schneider is the other white and black overall driver there, talking to Sean Edwards, and you could see him describing the way the car is handling. Sean, of course, is going to have to get into this car for the first time. This car for the first time, not the number one. It's not the number one. It's just the car.
It's a brand new automobile.
It was practicing as number 300. It was never entered in the race. It was brought across by the Pressy Spark team, as Nick rightly said, to allow the twins, the Jones twins, and it's all Jones in the other Mercedes-Benz.
Number 25.
The 25 car, thank you, Jim. It was brought across to allow them to do the private test on Wednesday that something like 60 cars of the 80 that we expect to start the race will do. And so it literally was sitting without a job to do. It was number 300, but it was never going to be in the race, and that has been morphed across into the number one car, which Bernd Schneider has just taken out along with Jerome Blakemolen to find out just how well it's been put back together. Well, let's ask the man himself. Bernd Schneider, synonymous with Mercedes-Benz, is down in the pit lane now with Nick Damon.
Bernd Schneider, does one SLS feel like another SLS?
Exactly. I mean, it's a shame. Yesterday we had this accident, but now in this new car, they have the big thank you and Black Falcon. They made an awesome job. They rebuilt the car completely. And I had the chance to do only 2 laps and was immediately quick. And I feel very well in the car. And I think we still have a good chance to get on the podiums if we coming through the race with a lot of luck, because the speed of the car is really good, and I'm really happy that the guys could manage to finish the car.
Were you surprised how together and straight the car felt, considering how much has been done to it in such a short time?
I mean, they worked out flat out since last night, and they didn't have any sleep so far. And there was a lot of things to do, but the team is very experienced. They're using the SLS since 2 years. Otherwise, they couldn't handle this to change gearbox, the drive shafts, the engine, the fuel pumps, because everything is different to a sprint car. And and that means they made an awesome job.
Bernd, thank you very much.
Always good to see Bernd Schneider in a pit lane, and just underlines the international significance of this first major motor race of the year. And there's Sean on the left there, just talking through with his teammates exactly the situation with the car. It is in pristine condition. It's not the colours that we were expecting, but if you're
proper
watching,
Silver Arrows.
It is a proper Silver Arrows colour. You can't deny that, as Bernd is just examining his charge at the moment. Just a reminder, if you want to keep up with the action, don't forget www.24hdubai.com. Live timing and scoring there, as well as all the information you need to know on the different classes. And we'll just give a plug for Andy Blackmore as well at spotterguides.com, because he's managed to get all of the 80 cars, including the new livery on the number one car, out there.
Amazing.
Already for your download and delectation. We have had a qualifying session already here at the Dubai Autodrome, and that was everybody was allowed to go out at the same time. It's a sinuous piece of tarmac here, just about 20 minutes south of Dubai City itself, purpose built as the centrepiece of Motor City here in Dubai. The Dubai Autodrome, been around here for a few years now. Actually managed to get a couple of laps myself on Tuesday here at the circuit, and for the first time on the full track. There was a number of different options that I'd driven before in a variety of different machinery, but actually driving the full 24-hour track, it's a rhythm track. There's some very technical and very quick sections. The GT3 cars very good through the quick sinuous switchback areas where you need the downforce, but there's also some very slow hairpins as well. As I said, we've already had a qualifying session, and that saw the number 15 Aston Martin. This is the Craft Racing Aston Martin Racing, Craft Racing AMR. Now, as soon as you see AMR next to a team name, that means that they are at least works blessed, if not a full works team. It's a Hong Kong-based team with Frank Yu, Tomoto Fuji, Darren Turner, Daryl O'Young, and Stefan Muka drafted into that squad for the Aston Martin Vantage GT3. This is the new version of the GT3 car with the 6-litre V12, of course, new for 2013. It sounds great, it looks great. Aston beginning to distill all of its motorsport down onto a single platform, as Porsche do with the 911, as we know BMW are doing with the Z4 now. And I have to say, Paul Truswell, that might have been a little bit of a surprise, because the Aston clocked a 2:02.002. Should have been 007, really, shouldn't it? in that combined session. It's been there or thereabouts, but that's the first time we've seen it at the top of the timing screens, and that's a pretty decent mark to shoot at.
It's a decent mark to shoot at, and the other thing which came as something as a surprise, and we heard this when we had an interview with Mark Goddard a little while ago, was that it was the Japanese driver Tomonobu Fuji who set the time in the car. When you consider that it has Darren Turner, Darrell O'Young, Stefan Mucker, as well as Frank Yu as co-drivers, then I'm surprised that in some ways it was Tomonobu who ended up setting the fastest time in the car. I am quite convinced, though, that it is going to get beaten. It's not going to be the pole position time, but it is going to get beaten before the end.
Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh and Jim Roller in the booth, and down in the pit lane is Nick Damon.
Yes, I am. We come down to look at... Yeah, sitting down here, we've come down to look at the Gravity Racing 15 Aston Martin. Again, as very much was said by Paul there, a bit of a surprise leader. None of the drivers around. They're taking the advantage of the fact that this is the dinner session, I suppose, for the A6 cars, as we wait, of course, to see the GT cars go out in a minute. The pit lane should open quite soon, according to the diary. So just the mechanics currently work on the Gravity car. This, of course, is going to be the car that's going to run the Asian Le Mans series later in the year, guys. So it's perhaps good that the Japanese driver set the fastest times.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane. Just a reminder, if you want to get in touch with us here at the Dubai 24 Hours, at Radio Le Mans or at Specutainment on Twitter, or you can, of course, go to the radiolemans.com website and use the forum on there. We're keeping an eye on what's going on here. We've got more computing power than NASA at the moment.
Almost.
More computing than NASA had in 1970, perhaps.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
I don't think we're quite up to date with what NASA currently has to offer. Nice shot there on the screen of the GC, the Gomez Competition B8 car. This one of the cars that's entered under the silhouette car allowance of the regulations, the Creventic regulations, allowing all sorts of different types of cars. This one that, let's say, has been hand built up around a space frame chassis and has a V8 engine in the back. The car entered by the French team of the Defi Autosport team and driven by a team of Frenchmen. Car number 111 running in the SP2 class.
I can see what they're doing wrong there. They need the wheels on the ground on that Aston Martin. That is not going to get any kind of traction. Just a reminder as well that whilst the TV pictures are on for this session, we will be back for some nighttime running as well later on in the evening. But of course, anytime the TV isn't on, you can come and listen to us live on radiolemans.com. So preparations then being made for the start of this first qualifying session, and the green flag is about to be waved in the pit lane. As you can see, it's in hand at the
Gloving
moment.
up as we speak.
Yes, get ready. It has to be done at the exact right time. And Paul, what's the format then for the qualifying sessions?
Well, we've had one qualifying session already, which was an hour long, but for the next half an hour, we've got qualifying for classes A1 up to A5, which doesn't actually include any cars in A1 because there isn't one, but we've got A2, A3, A4 and A5 cars coming out. They're all the smaller capacity touring cars. Then we've got D1 and D2, which are the 2 diesel-engined classes, A3T, which is for the mid-range 2-litre turbocharged cars, and then SP3, which are GT cars, but they're what are called in the world of GT racing, if you follow it closely, GT4 cars, which are the some would call it the least powerful, other would call it the most affordable cars, the GT4 cars, and they run in SP3.
Great story with the BMW number 121, the white and pink hearts. White car, pink hearts on the Racing Divas Netherlands cars. They were here in a Renault Clio Cup car last year. 5 lady drivers who have raced against each other as well as with each other in a variety of races around Europe. Last year came, as I say, in a Clio Cup car. They've upgraded to a BMW rear drive car this year, much more powerful, different category. They want to get at least on the podium, Jim, and racing for a fabulous cause as well.
Yes, they're donating and trying to build knowledge and research money for ALS, which in America is most commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It's a debilitating nerve degeneration disease that there is no cure for, and it is fatal. And it is it's insidious, and it
very
is
debilitating,
yes,
and very quick moving.
Yes, and it is very, very fast to take over one's body. And we wish them all the best in their efforts to raise awareness and money for an outstanding cause.
So the touring style cars are out on the circuit. You're getting some idea of the torturous nature of this track, just heading down one of the infield straights. This is down to turn number 13, and you've got to be quick through there because you ping out to 13 into the uphill hairpin at 14, but you can see you can take a lot of speed down through the gearbox, stay in the middle of the road, don't turn in now, think about getting close to the curb, stay in the middle of the road again because the right-hander coming at 15, which leads you quite steeply downhill actually to the final corner, turn 16, and let me tell you from the driver's seat, from the left-hand side of the car, which is where I was trying to drive this track, that looks very narrow indeed, and that left-hand red and white curve comes up to you very quickly. The idea is that you cannot afford to turn in early there because then you're off the throttle on the exit, and your speed out of that corner gives you all of the pace down the front straight. And again, from our TV shot, you can see just how much you dive in to turn number 1. And again, be patient turning in because the road falls away from you, and you can rather use that little bit of banking, if you like, the camber of the road, to help you turn in through what is actually still quite a quick corner at turn number 1. Now, splitting the field up like this does mean that we do get the opportunity to see some of the smaller cars that we haven't featured, like the Mini Coupe there that we're looking at, the number 101 car that is out on the circuit at the moment. And I did see Shane Lewis's name on the screen a little earlier on in the 148 car, which is the Court-Oyster Lotus Evora, the 4-litre car with long-time driving partner Vic Rice, also with Dutchman Henk Tyson and Trevor Knight from England. Shane Lewis, of course, from the early years of the American Le Mans series, we remember very well indeed.
Vic as well, and Vic, I saw Vic at lunch, and he's looking very fit, so good for him.
It's just showing some of the variety here with the 101. And there is one of the big stories of the race, certainly not a touring car. This is GT car born and bred. The 147 has been the quickest of its category, which is SP3. Alex Buncombe at the wheel of the Nissan 370Z. This car interesting again because not Alex himself, but his teammates have come through and graduated from, you might say, to use the terminology, the Nissan GT Academy with PlayStation, and that's been over the last 4 years or so, been a tremendous scheme for driver development.
From the virtual world to reality, they take gamers and put them through a motorsports boot camp, literally.
Yep,
and
Silverstone.
Yep, and test them for both physical fitness, which kind of doesn't really go with gaming, but these lads have to come in physically fit. They test them in various forms of motoring. They start them out in go-karts and that sort of stuff, and then the final is in a Nissan. They have competitions in the United States, in England, Europe, Eastern Europe.
Yeah, Russia and Germany.
Russia and Germany. Yeah. And so, yeah, and then they take all those together, and that's what you were at Silverstone, right? Was the World Championship, as it were?
We had the final, yes, of the European version of it, with Wolfgang Reip coming through in very difficult weather conditions in the WEC meeting at Silverstone last September. This 147 car, run by the venerable team of RGN Motorsport, Bob and Liz Neville, doing great work with all of the GT Academy guys and helping them through to their international driving licenses, which means they've got to do 10 races in a very short time. That is the sister car, which has not had a clean run this weekend. The 127 car, which has Lucas Ordonez, the Spaniard who was the first winner of GT Academy and has already stood on a Prototype 2 podium at Le Mans. Wolfgang Reich, the winner from this year, Mark Shozitsky, the Russian, Steve Doughty, the American, and Roman Rusinov, who ran a Nissan with Signatech in a prototype category. That car has had some engine problems. They lost some fluid on that car, did an engine change as a precaution. But the 147 car that we're looking at now on the circuit, that team lineup is Sabine Schmitz, the Queen of the Nürburgring, who's been one of the mentors to the drivers, Peter Pazera, German winner, Mark and Steve Doughty, as we mentioned, and Alex Buckingham.
So Mark and Steve are entered in both cars, Doughty
yes, indeed.
and
Correct. Mm-hmm. I think we can find out exactly what the situation is with the sister car to this one out in the circuits at the moment. As I say, it's the one that's had the problems at the moment. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane with WEC P2 driver Roman Rusinov.
Roman, nice to see you in a non-WEC environment. Are you enjoying the Dubai 24 hours? The car seems to have had a lot of problems.
Yeah, I'm enjoying. We have a great team. We had a great weather, so it's very important for us. We have a lot of cars, 82 cars on the grid. It's quite a lot, so it will be very important to really drive well with all this traffic, and I think we're fast enough to win this race, so it's very important to finish, and probably will be in the podium.
What's the problem with the car? I mean, actually, she's coming out now with Lucas Ordonez at the wheel, but your 127 car's had been in the pits a lot, hasn't it, during the last couple of days? What's the issues been?
No, because we have completely new cars, so it's normal that a lot of stuff we have to check with the car, so, but everything is fine. Nissan is a great car. We have G-Drive sticker on it, so it's very good for everyone.
What's it like driving with these young guys who've previously just driven on PlayStations?
You know, it's not just young guys. It's not really PlayStation gamers anymore now. Before, yes, but now they learn. For the last 4 months, we trained them a lot, so now it's became already professional drivers. They're fast. They really learn very fast, and I'm happy to drive with them.
So I believe you were responsible for actually selecting or helping select the first ever Russian GT Academy winner. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. It was very important for us to select. We get a lot of Russians who was playing on the PlayStation, could participate to the game. We get 28 in Moscow, then 14 which went in Silverstone. It was quite difficult for us to choose one, and we chose Mark. Probably it's the right choice. He's fast, he's intelligent, he has a lot of future.
I expect, being from Russia, the reason you're here is like us Brits, because it's really cold at home. So what are you doing during the summer? Are you with Signatech again?
Yes, I hope that next year we'll do the all World Enduro Championship, probably with Signatech and Nissan. It will be difficult, but we'll see.
Roman, thank you very much.
Nick Damon with Roman Rusinov, one of the mentors of the Russian GT Academy. That car has gone up into, or the 147 car is up into second place with the 2:11.1. Still the best time for Shane Lewis, 2:10.662 in the 148 car. Mark Basseng has the best time for A3T in third position, and yes, it is that Mark Basseng, one of the real stars of the Nürburgring, and I was going to say he was a Porsche factory driver, and as I said, that was about to come into my mind. I'm not sure He's been on the edge of Porsche factory drivers.
He's driven Audi R8s at the Nürburgring, or he's driven, different Audi R8 LMSs at the Nürburgring, John. And he's teamed up here in Dubai with Markus Winkelhock, with whom he's also been teamed up. The car that they're driving, for regulars of GT racing, allinkle.com is a well-known team to them, but allinkle.com running a Seat Leon Super Copper here at Dubai. So something very different for Markus Winkelhock. The third driver of that team is René Munich, also a German driver. As we see the Nissan running nose to tail. This is presumably all part of the driver academy, isn't it? Alex Buncombe showing round Lucas Otonya's at the moment. They should both know their way around.
Pretty well, I would think. Yeah.
The two Nissan 370Zs.
This was the original prize for Lucas Ordonez. This was the prize. It was one race, and he showed so much promise that Nissan decided to back him through, and him and Jordan Tresson, who followed him through a GT series. Lucas, as I said, jumping into a prototype car on board with Alex Buncombe now, going through turns 4, 5, and now into 6 and 7. Really technical part of the circuit. But to turn the car back in, those banners could do with being taken down from there, couldn't they? So we can see them right through the corner. And now into the infield hairpin, turns 8 and 9. And again, it's about patience turning in to the apex. Now onto the back straight here, right all the way up the banking, and it is quite steeply banked. And this is the longest straight on the circuit. The front straight is pretty long, but the back straight is just a bit longer, although the terminal speeds are very similar, because you probably get onto the front straight just a bit quicker. You can see the oil dry on the road there. That's where the big accident that Nick was telling us about earlier started for that Lamborghini. It finished much further down the track and has finished with that car in the garage and taking no further part, we believe, although the guys were working on it when Nick was talking alongside it earlier on. Now coming through 13, right all the curb as they come through there, and in fact that is not that part of the circuit. We've swapped cars, I think, for a moment. Yes, we have. That is the All Inkle car of which we spoke just a few moments ago. Note the difference. That is a touring car, Seat Super Copper, dangling its wheel through that final hairpin at turn number 14.
Love when the front wheel drive cars.
You like to see that, don't you?
Yeah.
So the All Inkle car there, heading back round towards us, and very, very tight at the front of the field, Paul, in terms of the time.
It is, yes. Shane Lewis still top of the lists with the car number 148, having done a 2 minutes 10.662. Alex Buncombe with the Nissan 2 minutes 10.950. Lucas Otonya's moving up to third position with that time, 2 minutes 11.054. And then fourth fastest at the moment is car number 150, which is the Ginetta, the Nova Race Conquerors car. And number 150 is currently in the hands of Matteo Cressoni. He's sharing that car, a Ginetta full of Italians. That's a lovely idea. I'm sure Lawrence Tomlinson will be rubbing his hands in glee. Luca Magnoni, Luis Carpaccio, Tiziano Frazza, Fabio Gizzi and Matteo Cressoni, the drivers. That's at a 2:11.964. Just pointing out, whilst we're thinking about minimum reference lap times, the SP3 cars are subject to a minimum reference lap time of 2 minutes 12. So come the race, those top four cars are all underneath the minimum reference lap time, which it was suggested to me would be difficult for them to do.
The Racing Divas BMW 121 car up to, let me see, where is that at the moment? I'm not seeing that on the timing screen at the moment. Oh, there we are, yes. Third in A3 Turbo, 13th overall of the cars that have got a very respectable 2:17.537. It's the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours. Thank you for joining us. The RadioLeMans.com team have been here for the last few days and thoroughly enjoying all the sessions. We had a private test on Wednesday for 4 hours, and 3/4 of the cars went out in that to get some experience of the circuit. We've had practice and one session of qualifying this morning and this afternoon, Middle East time. Second practice ended, I'm afraid, early with the demise of one of the Lamborghinis. Quite a lot of family connections in the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours this year. We've got a car full of Joneses. We've got the little sitting room that's got a father and son combination, and also we have the family Brahms, husband and wife and son all in the race. Dad and son are in the same car, and Lisette is in the Racing Divas. That seat is moving around way too much for my liking,
and hers too. But
she's only warming the tyres there. She's not really throwing the car around, and that there's definitely a problem with that. As we have a quick look at one of the Lotus 160s that's here this weekend.
It's the 99 car, which is currently being shown in 28th overall, 6th in the A2 camp.
There is the Racing Divas BMW coming across the line right underneath our feet. It's a very long run down to this first corner. You can't see the first corner. So let's find out a little bit about the family affair that is the Dubai 24 hours. As into the pit lane comes the current pole sitter in SP3, Shane Lewis in that matte black Lotus Evora. Nick Damon, hopefully, will be able to talk to Mrs. Brahms. We've got Mr. and Junior as well. We can't go down there at the moment. Apparently, there's some issues in the pit lane. We'll catch up with Nick. Oh, and the perfect timing as we see the GC Automotive 144 car. That is the Scirocco-shaped car with Christophe Contre on board. And that is I think the V6 engine car, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Just doing what we were saying. Now, a Scirocco was normally a front-wheel drive car, but these are silhouette cars, which just take a vague idea from a body shell. So that is a rear drive car, and he swapped around. I think it's actually pretty good, actually. They look quite well. We've seen these guys.
You almost wish they would take their design cues from the silhouettes and build the street cars that look like that. Here's a replay.
Just tightened up the lock coming out of turn one. Easy to do. You want to be in the middle of the road there. Our other voice in the pit lane is Bruce Jones, who we won't say on camera, I don't think, unless we can swap the cameras around. But you have a... Yeah, that's the Renault Clio 104, Thomas Franken at the wheel.
And number 79, another car that has had some problems. This is the LD Racing BMW 130. I've had a message through saying that car is in the garage with a broken exhaust. And as we've been saying, this is the final chance for qualifying for that car. 10 minutes to go in the session.
Lucas Ordonez has settled into third position and it's gone round to the fuel area in the 127. That's pretty good because that car has had a stop-start weekend so far. 2:11.0, 2:10.9 for his teammate Alex Bunkham, and first time the 147 Nissan hasn't been at the top of the timing sheets in SP3 with that super lap from Shane Lewis in the Evora. Watching the Italian Ginetta very much English, the Nova Race Conquerors in the Ginetta GT4, the 3.5 litre car. Maggioni, Scarpaccio, Frazza, Ghisi and Cresoni. Matteo Cresoni we've spoken about before, but I have to say I don't know an awful amount about the other Italian drivers there, but that number 150 car is 4th position.
You want pasta with that?
Yeah. 4th position. Top 6 at the moment, all SP6 cars. As Alex Bunkham goes through and takes provisional pole position with a 2:09.6 for Nissan.
So that's 4 cars now, Paul, that are below 2:12. We've got Bunkham at 4:09.651. Now Shane Lewis is at 2:10.622. Odinez is at 2:11.054. And Cresoni is at 2:11.793. So those 4 cars will get probably a ride height penalty, a weight penalty, and a fuel.
No, what happens is that the whole of SP3 has to run to a minimum reference lap time.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what the configuration of the car is, it runs in that configuration, but in the race it will not be allowed to run as fast as that, or it will have a drive-through penalty.
Okay.
We got down to
no joker laps?
No joker laps. No joker laps for SP2 and SP3.
Okay. We got down to 4th position. 5th position is the 143. That's another Ginetta. Joe Osborne has done the time there. 2:12.064. 2.5 seconds off pole, but only 4/10 away from the other Ginetta right in front of him. And I guess that's a bit of inter-Nissan rivalry there, although different teams. It is at least the same manufacturer of car, Bruce Jones. That's Joe Osborne with Bruce Jones. There is the 6th position car, Tom Kimber-Smith, and his father Jeff driving in that. So there's another family connection. It really is a family affair here. Nice to see Barwell Motorsport here. Mark Lemmer's raced here before as a driver, but Barwell, I think this is the first time that they have been here, and one of a number of teams. At Aston Martin, Barwell's just taking delivery, Paul, of a Z4 BMW, not that type of BMW, another one. And British GT's looking particularly strong. I think 28 or 29 GT3 cars this year. I'm really looking forward to that getting kicked off.
The 2 cars that have been warned for exceeding the track limits, the number 96 A4 car, I believe. Where did I just had it a moment ago?
The 96?
Yeah. There he is, A2. That's the Finesse Motorsports Renault Clio Cup car. And then the 143, which is an SP3 car. That's the Optima Motorsports Ginetta. So
that's the 5th place car of Joe Osborne.
5th place car, yeah. So they got a black and white flag warning for exceeding the track limits. That's been something that we've been seeing more and more of as these sessions have gone on. Race stewards putting their foot down early and letting drivers know. And now we have a new car at the top. Lucas Odenes goes in at a 209.469.
So the two Nissans really battling it out there. And again, bare fractions of a second between them, just on 2/10 there between the two cars.
But it was interesting, John, what Joe Osborne was saying. It doesn't really matter from the point of view of race pace. They're quite happy to run their Ginetta at 2 minutes 12. They'll be able to run at 2 minutes 12, whereas if the Nissans start getting into a little fight with one another, they're not going to be able to run at that pace in the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how they actually plan that when it comes to race pace. The other thing that they've got in SP2 is the choice of what weight they run to, and the less weight they run to, so that changes the amount of fuel that they can take on board. So there's quite a complexity in that SP3 class.
So the 147 then has dropped down from first to second position. Alex Buncombe still out there. Let's see if he can improve his time in the remaining 4 minutes of this session.
With Lisa Brahms here from the Racing Divas. It's great to see you back last year with a Clio, this year with a BMW. You girls just want more power, do you?
Yeah, we wanted more power, and we want to show all the people at home that we can really manage. So we just did the qualifying test, and Sheila, she did the qualifying, and she became first.
A pretty impressive piece of performance there to get yourself top of the group. I mean, the five of you, the same five as last year, you race together and against each other. But do you make a good team, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you compare us with the male drivers, well, in the Netherlands, Sandra and Sheila, they drove together with the Clio for several years. Sandra was a champion 2 times. And, I drove with Gabi and with Pauline, so I think we know how we drive and what we can expect from each other.
Now, you're all fabulous drivers. You've got lots of hearts on the car, but of course the major charity you're supporting is ALS. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit about that.
Well, a friend of ours, Bernard Muller, he has the disease ALS, amyloid lateral sclerosis. Sorry, it's difficult to pronounce. And he asked us to be ambassadors of this disease, to make this disease worldwide known, and to help him raise funds for this disease. Worldwide, there are 350,000 people suffering from this disease. In the Netherlands, 1,500. Every year, 500 die of this disease, because when you're prognosed by this disease, you have 3 till 5 years till you die. And every year 500 people will get this prognosis. So it's a terrible disease, and we really hope that we can help him to make this work out.
I think it's great that using what is basically a fun and a competitive environment to raise awareness of such an unpleasant and unfortunate disease. On a more positive note, I mean, you're back here the second year. I take it you're looking for class win. Currently, you're second in class, but a certain Mark Basseng apparently is faster than you. Do you think you can overcome him and his team during the race?
I've heard he's a fabric driver. Yeah? Well, I'm not the fastest of the team. But I think I'm consistent, and maybe the girls will forgive me while driving a little bit slower. But I'm sure that they're gonna help me out with this race, and it's all about fun.
Lisette, thank you very much. It's all about fun, much like the Dubai 24 hours about fun. But I expect with the session coming to an end, there's some people being very, very serious out there.
Yeah, both Nissans in the pit lane, Nick. Lucas Ordonez by 0.6 of a second from Alex Buncombe. The 127 and 147 SP3 cars leading from Shane Lewis now 7.5 tenths further back. Luis Scarpaccio is now in the Italian version of the Ginetta from Tom Kimber-Smith in the British one.
30 seconds to go in this session. Yep.
just a couple of seconds. Let's quickly nip down to Bruce Jones, who's got Freddie Nordstrom with him for a quick word. Thank you, Bruce. Just giving you a flavour of some of the different cars and driver combinations. Just watching Robert Nimkoff in the SP3 7th position car, the Bauhaus-sponsored Aston Martin. Easy one for us to spot, the 151 Perfection Racing Europe car. Mainly Danish, or Danish-entered car at least, with Kim Holmgaard and Michael Klosterman representing Denmark. Robert Nimkoff, the American in there, with Marcus Mahy from England and Horowitz Philippe in that car, who's Swiss, I believe. That's one of the older Aston Martin GT4s. Just a 4.7 V8.
Tom Kimber-Smith improving to 4th position overall as he takes the checkered flag of 2:11.389. So that's a name fans will probably remember from P2 victories at Le Mans and being misnamed at Mid-Ohio.
That's the Barwell Motorsport Aston
there too
that he's in. So there are the two Nissans. The G-Drive one closest to us is the 127 that Roman Rusinov is in. It's the sponsorship deal that he bought the Signatech, didn't he? The WEC. Tom Kimber-Smith, a GT winner as well, I think, in at Le Mans.
Yep. I think you're right.
Did he win in the Panos, Paul? When,
yes, that's right. With Panos, with Richard Dean and Lawrence Tomlinson himself driving.
See if he can cue me in a second.
Just watching the slowed down lap of the number 115 BMW, which is Spencer van der Pal at the moment. Let's go down to Nick with our pole sitter in SP3.
With Lucas Ordonez. Lucas, I must have interviewed you in about 700 different countries now, and often a smiling man, and especially smiling today because you put the thing on pole in class.
Yeah, pretty amazing, no? Yesterday we had a tough day. The guys did an amazing job, RGN team and Nissan, and fantastic feeling now. We set up the car, we worked hard to have a good car for this track, and we found the pace, and I'm happy to be on pole.
I mean, is it nice to come back to Dubai? This, of course, was the original prize for the original winner of the GT Academy.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, great memories here. This is where all started for me in 2009, and now I'm back here with the new GT Academy winners, the 2012 winners, and they're doing an excellent job. No, they are on the pace from the beginning, and really proud to be part of this team.
I mean, I think they're very proud to be associated with you, Lucas. I mean, you've done everything, really. You've been all around the world. You've stood on the podium at Le Mans. But our question for you is, what are you doing the rest of 2013?
Well, that's a good question, no? We're still watching and looking for possibilities for this year, for sure with Nissan. Last year we had a great year with the Delta win in Le Mans with Martin Brundle, Alex Brundle, and we're working on that. A tough situation at the moment in motorsport in terms of economic situation. But we will find the way, and I'm sure Nissan will give me a car to win.
Now, you, as we said, are the original winner of the PlayStation Academy. Driving with you in the two cars are the winners last year, the 10th or 11th. How do they compare to the previous drivers? And do you think you would have been the winner if they'd been in your competition?
That's a good question. Every year the competition is tougher. No, there's more level. People knows from everywhere now how is GT Academy, where you can reach winning GT Academy. And when I won in 2008, I was the first winner. Nobody knew how far GT Academy is going. And now the level of the guys is amazing. No, more than 1 million guys trying to compete and to be the GT Academy winner, and you know, the level of these guys now is impressive.
Lucas, thank you very much. To the left is the Nissan in first, 127. In second, the 147. That's qualified second, Paul.
Indeed it has, yes. So Nissan's first and seconds, both in the 2 minutes 9s. Third fastest is the car number 148 that was leading for a lot of the session. This is the Court Oyster Lotus that Shane Lewis took round in 2 minutes 9.772. And those three cars, 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. Fourth fastest, as Jim said, right towards the end of the session there. In fact, I think it was on his very last lap as he took the checkered flag, Tom Kimber-Smith in the Barwell Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. Tom, who's sharing with Dad Jeff Kimber-Smith, also with Chris Hyman, Paul White and Jan Andersen from Denmark. That car finishing up fourth fastest to 11.389. Fifth fastest was the Ginetta number 150, which was being driven by Matteo Cressoni to fifth place, 2 minutes 11.569. Sixth fastest is the number 143 Ginetta from the Optimum Motorsport team, which Joe Osborne drove to 2 minutes 12.064. Seventh fastest, number 38, the fastest of the A3T cars, which is the allinkle.com Seat Leon with Mark Bessang, the driver of that one. 2 minutes 14.405 for the A3T class leader. Eighth fastest and fastest in the A4 class is car number 75, which is the Wymore Racing BMW Z3M, driven by Dutchman Richard Budding, Simon Grass and Martin van der Berge. And Simon Grass it was who set the time of 2 minutes 14.951. And then ninth fastest, car number 121, second in the A3T class, as we heard, the Racing Divas BMW, car number 121, which is driven, just to give all the drivers their credit. Sheila Verschure was the one who set the time. Gabby Ulier is the second driver. Pauline Svart, Sandra van der Sloot and Lisette Brahms, from whom we heard.
Thanks, Paul. So that is the rundown of the top 10. Jerry Clondalli in the 77 leading A5 on pole position. Fred Lestrup in the 102 in 19th in A2. Let me see, it's the other D1 is the last one, and that's Tony Bueller in 29th position in the 116 on pole position for D1. Now we've still got quite a bit of qualifying to come, of course, as the screen is cleared in front of us, which leaves the track open for the next set of qualifiers, and that will be coming up in just a few moments. And it'll be interesting to see whether the touring car guys actually take their cars out of pit lane. One or two of them are still sitting there working on cars, as you can see from that shot. So still to come, we have qualifying from the Dubai 24 hours for the front of the field, and we should see pole position set in the very next session. Wind picking up again, as it tends to do at this time of the afternoon, and blowing from directly behind our commentary position here on the top of the grandstand. So 87.6 Autodrome FM around the area of the circuit, radiolemans.com around the world, powered by Nissan, with our In the Know Intercontinental Hotel Group pit lane team. And Nick Damon can bring us up to date with one or two little things from the pit lane.
Yes. I don't normally show people a garage that's shut, but this is significant because it's the 88 Dragon car. Now, the 88 Dragon car includes Rob Bath and Matt Griffin, who were the two guys on the front row last year at the 24 Hours Dubai, both in Ferraris. There's a Ferrari in there, but they're not going to bother going out. In fact, they're just fiddling with it because in the last session, the shared session, they set a relative reference time, and they are trying to be amateurs, despite having two very professional team. They did a 2:05.1 with the amateur reference time being 2:05. You're going to hear a lot about this in this session because this year, those who watched last year will know that there was a reference time that everyone had to stick to. This year there was a pro class and you can go as fast as you like. There are some handicaps, but you can go as fast as you like. Or you can choose to be an amateur and try and win that way, which Dragon Racing are rather surprisingly trying to do, boys.
Kind of doesn't perhaps surprise me quite as much. Starting further down the field. I mean, they're not going to go out and set a time, but they've done a 2:05.1 that they've already got from that combined session earlier on in the afternoon. So that will stand for them, even if they don't go out in this session. We've got about an hour to sunset, and we will be covering night practice as well, of course, later on tonight. There is the Jones family Pressy Spark Mercedes-Benz.
Could also be known as the saviors for the
well,
number one.
I wonder if
car.
they get a share of the trophies if their car gets onto the top step of the podium. They donated their spare car, of course, to Black Falcons so that they could stay in the race. That is the Pressy Spark 25 Mercedes-Benz, who've helped out immensely the winners from last year, as we've mentioned a couple of times already. And we're about to go qualifying with the bigger engine and faster cars. That Pressy Spark car ready to go when the green flag waves. I'm just looking down to my right and I can see the starters stand here. Just to reiterate what we were saying a few moments ago, the two drivers who were on pole position and the front row, second position last year, their car, because they're together this year, Matt Griffin and Rob Barth, their Ferrari will not be going out in this session. They've put down a 2:05.1. They can't really improve on that without becoming a pro car. So, Paul, what they seem to think is that will do very much for them. And I've just heard from Bruce Jones down in the pit lane that car 81, the Dragon Speed, as well as Dragon Racing, will be doing exactly the same. 2:05.6 was their best time. Let's head down to presumably a team that are going to go out and qualify. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
With Darren Turner, currently after this shared session, you're in pole, I believe, with the Gravity car.
Yeah, Fuji-san did a great job earlier on. We're still sort of working on a setup, trying to understand what the balance of the car will be, different fuel loads, and also the different tyres. You know, there's two options here from Dunlop, so we're just trying to make sure we're happy for the race. I don't think everyone really put on their best lap, best times they can get out of the car in that first session. So this second session coming up now will really show who's got the pace in their cars.
I see that Stefan suited and booted up there. Does that mean he's going to go out and give it a few ragged laps?
Yeah, I think, with Fuji, he sort of knows the car. Stefan's all set for this qualifying session, and then I'm going to start the race, so I get warm-up. So we're trying to even out who does what and gets the laps and make sure it's pretty even before the start of the race.
Now, a couple of people you'll know very well, Matt Griffin, a fellow Northamptonshire resident, and Rob Barth up in car 88. The Ferrari we thought be really going for it, but they appear to have decided to be an amateur team. Where's the advantage in that?
I don't know. I mean, this Dubai race is all new to me, and I'm still trying to work out all the regulations and why some people will be going for the amateur. I think it's 2:05, isn't it? And I think it's nice for us that we can just run free. And it's much better to be racing like that because at least your performance is what you see. Where if you're always just trying to peg it back to a lap time, it must be quite frustrating for the more experienced drivers in that car.
Darren, thank you very much. As the weather clouds in, it gets a bit dark, John.
Well, you see, it's funny you should say that, Nick, because on the Twitter feed, @Specutainment, Kevin Ernst, who's at Kev1, hello Kevin, has dropped us a line to say that rumour says that there's a chance for rain over the next couple of days, and Jim Roller has been doing a bit of sniffing around, and believe it or not, there is a chance, not a huge chance, Jim, but a chance of rain.
Showers late tonight, precipitation 30%, showers early in the morning, high tomorrow 71 degrees.
That's
Fahrenheit.
Much lower.
Fahrenheit, yeah.
That's 10 or 12 degrees, no, in fact 20. That's a 20 degree drop in Fahrenheit from what we've been used to. Quick shot of the currently pole sitting number 15 Aston Martin, and the time that we have to beat Paul in this session to get pole position is
2:02 something.
Thank you.
Yes.
2:02. Okay. Out has gone the number 12. This is, now I've got to get this the right way around. The 12 car is the newer of the two Saudi Falcons BMW Z4s, and if you're a sports car enthusiast, get used to looking at this shape, if not this colour scheme. Andy Blackmore's been doing his great work on designing the livery here with the chrome green on the wheel arches. Get used to looking at this shape of car, because BMW will be racing a Z4 that may look very similar to this in the American Le Mans Series, and in season 2013 the GTE version of this car is already under test, we hear, and a little bird, which might be a Saudi Falcon, had mentioned to us that some parts might be being tested on this very car this weekend. So get used to that body shape, get used to us seeing BMW Z3 rather than M3. Of course, the BMW are going through a whole change in their naming of cars. All of the coupes will go to even numbers, and all of the multi-door cars go to odd numbers.
Which means that they are also introducing a 4 Series, isn't it?
Correct.
Because all the M3 coupes become a 400 and something.
Yeah. So you will have a 430 and a 435 and a 420.
Well,
that will be the coupe.
what you mean. Yes. That will be available to everybody else who can afford them.
Yes.
Faisal bin Laden goes through and turns the first time at speed at 2:12.331. He's out in the number 12 car, and that is going to be, now as we're looking at the number 14, Gianluca Di Lorenzi in the Mercedes.
Di Lorenzi Racing, his name, yeah. I mean, we haven't talked a lot this week about the Di Lorenzi Racing car, the 14 car, but it's there or thereabout. It perhaps doesn't have the bigger names that some of the cars in the A6 category have, Paul, but you know, you've got a Mercedes-Benz SLS. That might be a genuine contender for an amateur car running at the 205 reference time, and whilst I'm still of the mind that I don't think the 205 reference cars can win, with increased attrition at the front of the field by an increased pace, overall podium might not be out of the question.
No, and it all depends on how freely and clearly you can run your race. I mean, if you can stay out of the pits, then you're going to have a much better chance than if you have problems that you have to repair. But the other advantages that the AM cars have could be a kind of a death by 1,000 knives, because there's all tiny little advantages you get. You can run with a lower ride height. In fact, you can have whatever ride height you like. You don't get a weight penalty, which the pro cars have to carry a weight penalty, and you also don't get. You can refuel the full amount. The pro cars have 5 litres less per refueling. Now, 5 litres doesn't sound like much, but it's enough to run you around at least 2 laps by my reckoning. and that means so that you have to come into the pits 2 laps earlier than your competitors do. That's the difference between 38 and 40 laps, I'm calculating, that they're going to be able to run on a tank full of fuel. And by the end of the race, that means that an AM car will probably have done one less stop than a pro car. Now, it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, because the whole of the time you're running, you've got to keep an eye on the stopwatch as well as on all the other things you have to keep an eye on. You can't afford to go faster than your reference lap time, your bogey lap time of 2 minutes 05, as we were hearing from the pits. You're allowed 10 jokers to get over that, but anything over that, you get a stop and go penalty. But it's going to be a fine line, and if the faster cars run into trouble, then it could be not a game of tortoise and hare, but certainly faster hares and slower hares. And over the space of 24 hours, it's going to be a fascinating contest.
So I hope that answers the questions of all the people who've been asking about how the front of the field will work. Also, I should mention Dunlop, who have brought somewhere 7,000 tyres, who are the tyre supplier, have brought wet weather tyres. Not a lot. We can't. I have no doubt that if we had 24 hours,
there is a queue forming at the truck already.
Yeah, I have no doubt if we had 24 hours of rain, it would be a problem. But they have brought some wet weather tyres, so and a selection for all classes as well, because clearly not everybody runs on the same rubber sizes and things like that. Now, this is an interesting car that's out there at the moment as Faisal Bin Laden goes through in a 2:02.6, which is getting close to challenging that time from the first session, but I don't believe has quite nicked away pole position as yet. And here he is exiting the final corner. We've got a quick flash of the 5-cylinder Audi TT RS, which I think has got a real chance of getting in amongst the A3 cars, the A6 cars, excuse me. That 5-cylinder straight 5 engine, the classic quattro multi-valve. And it does have that flat rumble, doesn't it, when it goes through that off camber that sort of 3s and 5s have. I've had a 3-cylinder motorbike of Triumph, and it takes a bit of getting used to, because you think it's not running right to start with, because you're used to a twin or a 4, or a 6. Now, so I've got a 3-cylinder motorbike and a 6-cylinder motorbike now. That's.
Does it have the familiar when they?
Just showing some of the hard work that's been put in. There is the number 1 car, and Jerome Bleekemolen has just got to pole position. No doubt on that, because he is down inside 2 minutes and 1 second. 2 minutes point 551 of a second. So 2 minutes and half a second for Jerome Bleekemolen, and he's just been beaten by Kevin Estre, the French Porsche Super Cup driver, Rookie of the Year last season, 2 seasons ago now, and I think he won the French Championship, the Matmut Championship as well, and he's gone ahead and he's taken pole away from the number 1 car in the Attempto Racing Porsche, which was very squirrely on its outlaps, wasn't it, Jim? By just 0.0067 of a second.
Well, he's got it dialed in now, certainly, as he is turning the fastest lap of the weekend. We saw 2:01s in the private test session yesterday, but the times we're seeing here, 3 cars now below 2:01, are the fastest times we have seen this entire weekend so far.
And in fact, it's Dominic Schwager who's just brought the number 12 Saudi Falcons Schubert BMW into the pit lane. 2 minutes point 7, his best lap time there. Jean-Bernard Bouvet stepping up the pace in the Visium Racing Ferrari.
And Jerome Bleekemolen back to the top, 1:59.461. We've broken 2 minutes.
First sub 2 minutes of a qualifying session here. Is that the first sub 2 minute lap this year?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we haven't even seen that in practice. So Kevin Estre And here is Kevin coming through the final parts of the circuit. If we look off, I'm going to have to get the binoculars out and try and track him around the track as we keep an eye on the screens as well. 64 BMW just going through there. He's driven by Steve Van Berlegen. SP2 third position for that car.
New second place, Phil
Quiff. Yeah, Phil Quiff up into second in the Lapidus Racing McLaren. And Nick's just pointed out to me that they're in garage 12C, which seems entirely appropriate for a McLaren MP 12C. Okay, I'm just trying to inject a bit of colour here, guys. Really.
Kevin Estre brings the number 26 car into the pits.
I mean, I've been impressed with Kevin Estre over the last couple of years. I've had to do some of the highlights commentary for Super Cup. We saw him at the Nürburgring, didn't we, in that World Cup? And he's done a pretty good job. He's a great story as well. The number 30 Ram Racing, brand new team, announced only a week or so into December, closely kept secret. They're here with Johnny Morlam and Gunnar Jeanette filling in at the last moment for Jamie Mello, who's ill.
Stomach problems again?
And big slide for the 30 car. Not sure who's driving that at the moment. They've got Guy Smith in that car as well, and that's a GT3 car. They'll be comparing 2 GTE cars in the European Le Mans Series this year. As through goes Jerome Bleekemolen, 1:59.104, and now he finds himself the better part of a whole second ahead of the rest of the field, and that, Paul, is the rebuilt car, of course.
That's a fantastic performance from Caronia. And I mean, I was slightly concerned when we heard from Bernd Schneider before, and he said the car feels very good, and all of a sudden you sort of think, well, actually, it's very, very good. And Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the AF Corsa Ferrari number 18 has, the Vision Ferrari number 18 has crept up the list as well into 2 minutes 0.093. So he's done well. Number 18 now second.
So down into the pit lane with Nick Taylor.
In the car, of course, that's Dominic Schwager. But there's some interesting things on the car. First of all, if we look, you're portraying yourself as Shrek, which is a bit unfortunate. But what's the camera there showing? I've never seen that before. An internal shot of part of the car.
Basically, this is the oil level, to check the oil level without going inside. So it saves times in pit stops if we need any oil, extra oil or anything, so we check it from here.
Now, of course, you were first runner-up last year to the all-in-Mercedes SLSs with this team. How much improvement has there been since last year's car?
Well, there's a lot of improvements happened to the car during the course of the year. And now there are some parts that are on for 2013s and some development parts. And the car has proven to be very good. So, and we have to check reliability on the race tomorrow. So I hope it's better.
Now, look at the qualifying itself. Dominic's been out, done one run, new boots on. Are you just waiting for the perfect moment with the weather?
No, actually, we just wanted to. We did the first run, and now we're checking to see how everyone's doing. And if there's a need to go out again, we'll go out again. But otherwise, he'll stay in the pit.
Faisal, thank you very much indeed.
And just looking down the top five times, we've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. We've got Mercedes fastest, Jeroen Bleekemolen's time, number 1. Second fastest is the Vision Ferrari, Jean-Bernard Bouvet, number 18. Third fastest is the McLaren, Phil Quaife, number 17 in the Lapidus team car. Fourth fastest is the Porsche from Kevin Estre, the Attempto Racing team car. And then fifth fastest is the BMW Z4, the Saudi Falcons Team Schubert car. What we do have, though, is 2 Team Schubert cars next to one another, 5th and 6th. Bin Laden in number 12 and Abdelaziz Al Faisal, number 24, in 6th place. The 2 BMWs in 5th and 6th places there.
And 13 cars, Paul, under 205, with Manabu Orido in 13th position in the number 19 J-Lock Lamborghini that he shares with his Japanese countryman. And you know, that is at least then a baker's dozen of
half
pro
the field,
cars.
and that's basically half the A6 field are under what is the amateur bogey time of 2:05 flat. Also interesting to me, because we've been kind of watching the times throughout the weekend, and until this session, 2:01 was the fastest time. Now we have 5 cars under 2:01, and in fact 1 under the 2-minute barrier.
The McLaren of Philip Eng goes quicker this time around, the number 10 MRS GT racing car that he shares with Alec Popow, Brett Curtis, Kenji Kobayashi and James Sofranis. So that's another American Le Mans Series crude car. Brett Curtis, Alex Popow, James Sofranis all done time in the American Le Mans Series.
Is it that bad in the American Le Mans Series then?
No, everybody's getting out of 2014. Everybody's out of it. They're all getting parole.
Excellent. One comment perhaps explaining this sudden flurry of faster times a little bit is that they are allowed for this session to lower the ride height. Even in the pro cars, you are allowed to run with a lower ride height, which might enable them to have gone that extra little bit quicker. For the race, they'll have to lift the ride height up to the regulation limit of 55 or 65 millimeters. But that will only be for the race. During this qualifying session, they may well be lowering the ride height, and that's what's affected the times. We have a slower car on the screen that I saw there. I think it was the number 8, wasn't it, Jim or John?
Yeah, it was, and I was just going to say, that FAT, the FAT Autotech car, has been very, very quick indeed. The Swiss-entered car. Martin Ranginger at the wheel of that. They're at the moment languishing, and I use that word advisedly, down in 16th position. But there's a better than a 2:05.4 in that car, and indeed there is that beautiful red. Anything red and white catches my eye straight away. But they are using their full name, FAT Auto Tech here, but people will remember them as FAT Racing from way back the years in the red and white colours. I think I had a Skill Extra car in this in a similar colour scheme.
Turbo.
Yeah, Fat Turbo, absolutely. Yep. And I think that this car,
he might have been just gapping because he's picked up his pace a bit. Go ahead, Paul.
The other thing with that number 8 car is that he didn't feature in the earlier qualification earlier today. So that number 8 car doesn't even have a banker lap from the first qualification when all the cars practiced together.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the J-Lock Lamborghini there, just in the distance. And we got in, no, we haven't. I thought it was a new time by Sean Edwards now. On his way out. I'm still watching actually I should have the split times up, shouldn't I, of this car when we're in qualifying, because I just have a feeling that Basseng,
it's not like we don't have enough screens, right?
A bit of a mission at the moment. He's flashing lights and flashing his fog lights on the 997, but this, of course, let's remember, they're not running in the 997 class. They are running as an A6 car, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Oh, he's badly balked there by Abdulaziz Al Faisal, and that may have cost him time. He will not be happy with that. He was doing quick sector times as well, so that is even worse for Ranginger. Where do you find the gaps, though, Jim? That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, there are none. There's less now than there will be in the race when the rest of the field is out there, but there's still, as you can see here, just on this short straightaway, he's passed 2 cars and caught another entering the corner.
Did you see the difference there, though? The Mercedes-Benz behind stayed out of the way through 13, which is one real quick part of the circuit. He's bailed out of it.
Yeah.
He's bailed out of it, and I'm absolutely certain that run was spoiled for him, sadly, by the 24 car, which is now dropped down to 7th position.
He does still have 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes of the session remaining, so there is time for that car to still set out and go out and set a time. I just checked back on the earlier qualification session we have. He didn't actually go out at all in the earlier qualification, just as the Saudi Team Falcon BMWs didn't. Neither did that number 8 car as it goes into the pit lane now.
I think that was the Ram Racing Ferrari just coming out of the pit lane.
That was a Porsche.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a Porsche.
I did glance away, I have to say. Behind this Porsche, is the Ram Racing Ferrari not in that dip in there? Maybe not. I can see Nick marching towards.
I think it was the Attempto Racing Porsche, the one we saw.
There's some of the. There is the Ram Racing car out on the circuit. There's the. Now, who is in the 30 car now? They haven't got their driver transponders switched on. I would think it'll be Johnny Morlam who will be in that car.
Maybe one of the Intercontinental Hotel Group boys can find out for us, get us in the know.
Is it? It is Morlam. Yeah.
Okay.
It is Morlam.
The best time so far of 2:01.560. He is showing his 10th.
And an improvement for Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin, number 15, the Craft Racing Aston Martin. Stefan Mucker sharing that car with Darren Turner. And he's just set the 4th fastest time to go 4th quickest. So we now have Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, Porsche, BMW. 6 different manufacturers in the top 6.
That's outstanding.
Really ask for better than that. And I just hope that that variety can be maintained. The problem is, of course, for those people who are out going around their showrooms, which one did you buy? I thought I'll go to Dubai 24 Hours and decide which is the best GT car to buy, but you just can't pay money and take your choice, don't you? You've got Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, Porsche, BMW. They're all up there. The only one we need is a Lamborghini, and sadly we've lost one of the Lamborghinis. We've still got one in the field, but sadly, as I say, one is no longer going to be with us. And 2 in the field, yes, I do beg your pardon, because there is a second, the Gulf Middle East Lamborghini is the other one, which I overlooked.
7 cars now, all separated, top 7, all separated by less than 2 seconds, 1.7 seconds.
And Johnny Morlam trying very, very hard indeed in the Ram Racing car as he goes through turn number 3. In through the kink at 4 into 5 and set it himself up through turn number 6. And again the front end of the Ferrari not wanting to work with Morlam as he comes through there. And he's working the steering wheel very hard. It looks like he hasn't got tempers in the front tyres maybe as he comes through down the back straight.
Sean Edwards in the pits with the number 1 Mercedes, and Sean Edwards then having just taken the car over from Helmut Bleekemolen.
Looks like he's going to get some brand new boots on that Mercedes. Almost look like they're stickers. They certainly haven't been scuffed at all. Very shiny going on the car as we speak. Left sides, right sides. In also comes the number 44 Porsche.
And up to his 2nd fastest goes the number 24 car, shown on the screens there, is Abdulaziz Al Faisal. 159.711 for Al Faisal. Then in the number 24 BMW, this is the Saudi Falcons Team Schubert car. And Faisal bin Laden in the other Saudi Falcons car coming through in 3rd place. So now BMWs in 2nd and 3rd places.
And 2 cars now breaking the 2-minute barrier.
Let's head down into the pit lane. Nick Damon will get some more driver reaction for us.
Well, with Jerome Bleekemolen, Jerome, with a few minutes to go, you've managed to put a rebuilt car on pole.
Yeah, the guys have done such an amazing job. Even if we don't keep the pole, even if someone beats us now, it's still a miracle. I mean, we've just been out there. It was my 3rd time lap of the weekend. And to do such a good time is amazing. The car is really good. It's probably one of the best cars I've ever had here. And I just hope we keep it at the front. But if not, then we will still be strong in the race.
So even a car that's been rebuilt overnight, had bits chucked across, it's still a pretty fast piece of kit.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It will be really hard on the guys because they've worked 24 hours non-stop. Tonight they got to do it again to prepare the car for the race, and then they have to do the 24 hours. So for the team, it's one of the toughest races of their life, I'm sure. But hopefully it pays off, and so far so good.
How much fun is it for you knowing that tomorrow when you go out and race, you can go as fast as you like for the whole time?
Oh yeah, I love it, finally. I mean, last year was really tough. You have to monitor all the time how fast you are going. And now you don't have to watch anymore, you can just go. And that's what racing is all about. Drive as fast as you can and try to win. And luckily this year the rules are like that.
Jeroen, thank you very much indeed.
The question for me has to be, Paul, that car on pole at the moment by 0.6 of a second. As the 24 improves, that's the Abdulaziz Al Faisal car up into second position and becomes the second car this week to crack the 2-minute barrier. But they said there was still more work to do on that number one car.
Well, yes, if they're going to stay up all night working on the car, I just wonder what else there is to do, because it seems to be a pretty fast bit of kit at the moment.
That's what the mechanics are saying right now.
Longevity.
Well,
yes. They want to build some reliability into it.
They want to make sure that there are reliable parts that they put in that car, and that's why. They don't need any more speed. They just need to make sure that it will last now, the 24 hours.
A Porsche now up into third place. We said that Al Faisal becomes the second man to break the 2 minutes. Well, Nicky Thiem in the Porsche becomes the third at 1 minute 59.852. So number 26 Porsche is now the third fastest car.
And Johnny Molam getting the black and white flag for track limits in the number 30 Ram Racing Ferrari.
And that was a slow Ferrari we caught on the screen, but it wasn't the Ram Racing one, it was the number 18. This is the Vision entered car. It's an all-red plain car. Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who was driving it very quickly earlier on, but now going slowly on his out lap out of the pits. That's a lap out of the pits for Jean-Bernard Bouvet in number 18.
So we've got just over 3.5 minutes to go, and the challenges are starting to come for Sean Edwards as Phil Quaife goes to a 2 minutes .088. So now we've got 5 cars on or under, 6 cars, 7 cars, 8 cars on or under the 2 minute mark. That's fantastic stuff. 2 minutes .723 is 8th position, and 2 minutes .0 is 4th position.
And they're tightening up as well. A moment ago I said there were 6 cars. Now there's 8 cars separated by less than 2 seconds, 1.6 seconds. They're almost a second and a half apart. Absolutely fantastic.
And let's go down now to the 2:05 mark. The 25 car is the first car over 2:05, that being the Pressy Spark Mercedes-Benz, the Joneses. And that's the first effectively of the amateur times, and that is in 17th position. 16 cars under the 2:05 mark.
2 of those 997s.
And 2 of those are 997s, yeah, good point.
One of which in the hands of Sahara Yara, the other in the hand of Patrick Poisman. So
first and second in class.
So
in the 41 and Hoisman in the 44.
Very nicely indeed, those cars. But in effect, all of those cars that are in A6 in the sub 2 minute 05s are all going to have to be an A6 Pro.
So the Sean Edwards car at the moment still on pole position. There's a couple of minutes to go. And I wonder if he'll hang on to that. Same goes down to 159.4. It's been a really interesting session here as it comes to a close. So the Sean Edwards car at the moment still on pole position. There's a couple of minutes to go. And I wonder if he'll hang on to that. Same goes down to 159.4. It's been a really interesting session here as it comes to a close. So the Sean Edwards car at the moment still on pole position. There's a couple of minutes to go. I wonder if he'll hang on to that. So 49 seconds. 49 seconds to go. Oh. Last few minutes, last few seconds of qualifying, excuse me, a bit of a communications breakdown between us and our colleagues in television there. We're back with you on radio now. And Sean Edwards is barely hanging on to this league as Nicky Team goes through 0.3 of a second behind the leader. And the checkered flag is due to come out in 15 seconds.
The funny thing is, though, John, conditions are absolutely perfect at the moment. It's getting a little bit cooler, and if there would be any time to do it, now is the time to do it.
So we may be able to see a snatch of the pole here on the last lap.
So, one more lap then for Nicky Team. Let's see if we can pick him up on the circuit.
Just completed sector 2.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for him.
Lamborghini has now moved up into 8th place, the Japanese Lamborghini Owners Club. Manabu Orido has set a 2 minutes 0.527.
Looking to see if I can find the 26 car. Has he just come down pit road? No.
No. He's about a minute away from the start-finish line.
Okay. So that would put him probably at the top of the circuit.
Yeah.
And heading down the short chute. Let's see, Sean Edwards is out. He's coming in. He may get... checkered flag is out. So
yeah, Sean Edwards is going to be the first cross to the line.
Sean Edwards will take the... see if he can improve. He's certainly on a 1 minute, 59.014. He does not improve, goes 159, but 159.5. Stefan Muka takes the checkered flag. He improves to a 159.676, but is still third. So now we're waiting to find Nicky Team.
Yeah, there's Nicky Team.
There he is. He's just entering the last corner complex through the first right-hander. Now hard on the brakes and into the last right-hander as he comes onto the front straightaway. Let's see if he can snatch pole position.
Goes underneath
159.8. 159.8. He does not get it.
Stefan Muka, though, he sneaked in there into third position in the Aston Martin, a 59.6 right at the end there. So now 4 cars under 2 minutes. And who is out there who can come round? Nobody. So that's how it's going to... That's how it's going to be. As I'm just looking to see if there is any further improvements likely. Look at all of the green there. People, Paul, who have improved on their very last lap around and seen the checkered flag. Fabian Giraud, Andres Simonsen, Heisman, Sohaila Yari.
6 of them.
Inishan, and that's just in the top 20. That's absolutely fantastic stuff, proving that the best was saved till last.
4 cars now below 2 minutes.
Let's head down to the pit lane. We haven't heard a lot from Bruce in that. Sorry about that, Bruce. Are you still down there in the pit lane? Oh. Hello, Bruce. Clearly not. Nick.
Hello.
Let's have a few interviews, shall we?
As soon as those naughty drivers get out of their cars and come towards us, absolutely. Yeah, that was a pretty good session in the end. Everyone really started giving it some. I'm going to try and find the erstwhile Mr. Team, who was picking to say, I think it's partly due to me, because I spoke to him earlier and encouraged him.
You should ask him that.
I think it's important to claim credit for anything you can these days. But I'm not totally convinced that either the driver transponders in the 2 Saudi Falcons cars were right either. So I'm not. So I need to find out who actually set the fastest time in the 24 car. As we.
Well, it definitely. We know it wasn't Faisal because you were talking to him when the car was on the track.
That would be miraculous driving. That's what
he's good, but he's not quite that good.
Andy Moore, Mark Reinhardt might be able to do that. To name drop people who John knows who they are.
World champions they are. Exactly. World and European champions.
Exactly.
RC racers.
Correct.
That's it. They could out from the pit lane.
See, and he thinks I don't watch his stuff.
You haven't sold to NBC Sports yet, which I told you to do last night.
Give it time.
Right, I'm meandering down to wherever Nicky Team is. He hasn't got back yet. He's too busy being clever with himself and getting to second.
Here he comes.
good.
Has he run away from you?
No, what number is his car?
26.
26. Yeah, it's coming in now.
All right.
That's
You
what I
couldn't
just
have met
told
him
you.
in the pit in and told him to leave the car there. That's what I would have done.
Do you think so? It's probably quite a good way. I've just seen Bruce, who's doing emergency work on his radio as well.
Uh-oh. All right, okay.
His microphone. I think it may have gone flat, or he may have possibly dropped it. I don't want to say anything, obviously.
Thrown it away.
He's in disgust. You weren't listening to him.
No, we will hear. We can
I
hear
know.
We
But a very happy team here, I think.
Patrick Heisman on pole as well, mate.
Oh, is he get pole in the end?
He's on pole in 997 and 15th overall.
Was there ever a doubt?
He did a 2:03.9, mate.
Really? It's the day of the Heisman. I've said this. Do you know, obviously this is my day for predicting things. I just.
And Duncan Heisman was in pole in the 98 car on SP2.
Well, the Heisman.
Hooray.
I want to see I now want to see the press releases. We were very happy to be on pole. I've not seen one of those for a while.
We're very happy to be a Heisman.
That sounds like a really bad Monty Python song.
That'd be a Heisman. Surely that there means they can have a Heisman trophy.
Oh, very good. I've done it before. Just with Nicky now, just taking his helmet off as the 26 car gets wheeled back. Nicky, that was one hell of a qualifying time. So close.
Yeah, it's incredible. I didn't even think that we were going so quick. But you could see out there, we were I was in a pack with 10 cars, and everyone was pushing like hell and just giving everything. So it's really nice to see it. That you did a good job to put the car up front.
So you've managed to go sub 2 minutes there in qualifying. What would be a reasonable to expect race pace though? Driving the car more comfortably.
Yeah, if you can do an average lap time around 2:03, I think you are quite up there. It's 24 hours, and you just need to run and run and run, and hope that the car don't break down, and just save everything you can.
Now, of course, to opt to go into the Pro Class, which you've now done by being stunningly quick, you have to take on less fuel, and I believe you need to raise the ride height. Was your ride height at the level of the race, or did you run a qualifying lower ride height?
We started out with the height for the race, and we see that every people were going so quick, so we had to figure something out. Yeah, but it's nice. The team did a really good job, and the car is really good, and I think we have the pace over the distance. So let's hope for the best.
Nicky, thank you very much indeed. So yeah, they lowered it basically. They jacked it down, if that's possible.
Okay, that's.
I love the way that he didn't really want to admit it, though. It was we started off at the right place, and then we realised that we had to go lower in order to get to the time.
It's not what they wanted to do, but everyone else was going so fast, they had to do it as well. It wasn't what they wanted at all.
You made me do it.
Yes, nasty drivers going quickly made me do bad things.
You made me put my hand in that fire.
Well, you should have a picture of me above it. It wouldn't have happened, would it?
Oh yes, absolutely. So there's two of the 997s in the top 20.
And they swapped positions on the very last lap.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Did the McLaren bust 2 minutes in the end?
Which one?
Any one of them.
Let me see.
The one in the 12C
No.
garage, 17.
No.
I didn't.
17 did 2 minutes, .088.
Oh, pathetic.
That was the best McLaren
Was that
time.
Phil?
It was
I
Phil.
could probably grab Phil. I think I can see him.
He was best McLaren.
Yeah, he's lost his car, though.
Yeah, well.
It's not very... it's quite... Sorry, can I just... Phil, quick word. Phil, you've walked down, but you seem to have forgotten your car.
I need to come back and get my team manager so we can go down and do the necessary security checks. So, yeah.
Didn't crack 2 minutes. Disappointed or pleased with the 2.001 as such?
I'm very pleased because throughout the whole stint we were very consistent. We were doing 2 deads, 201s maximum. So for the race it looks really positive. The car is working very well, so big hats off to the team. So I'm just looking forward to the race now and really pushing. 6th, yeah, a little bit disappointed. It'd be nice to see McLaren in the top 3, but the race is long.
Exactly, and also we've got a number of cars very quick, a number of different chassis. Does that make it more complicated for you when you've got all these different variables?
Well, it just makes it more interesting, doesn't it? It's great to see so many different manufacturers here, and it's great to race against them.
Phil, thank you very much indeed. So he needs to go and see his manager now, so I know. I've walked to one end of the pit lane, I'm walking back to the other one again, and obviously I'm hoping to see Patrick at some point.
Yeah, we need to get...
That is obviously a dream of every man, isn't it, Jim?
The situation we were talking about earlier was Christian Robash pipped Soel Harari on the last lap to take over the 997 pole, Paul.
Jim, just to interrupt you, sorry, I don't interrupt you. Well, I do want to interrupt you, but not in a rude manner, because I just stuck up our third place qualifier.
Oh, yeah, cool.
With Stefan Mucker. Stefan, third place. I suppose third place is great, but busting 2 minutes is even better, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, third place is really, really good. We are quite happy with that. It was a very late call for me. I got the information on actually Thursday midday that I'm coming here, so I'm really happy with that. Team is doing a great job. It's a really nice car, and I'm really looking forward to the race tomorrow.
Got a very strong team out there, but worryingly, a lot of other very strong teams. I mean, how confident are you that you can actually win this thing?
I mean, it's actually the first 24-hour race for the team, so for sure we know we have a strong driver lineup. But at the end, it's how to finish it. It's 85 cars on the track. It's very, very difficult out there. I saw that in free practice. And I think it will be a tough race, a very tough race. Even more tough probably than Le Mans because of the many cars on the track.
You spent the last year being the driver overtaken by the faster cars. This time you've got a lot of cars you've got massive closing speeds to. Is that more fun, or is it more difficult?
Both, probably. It's like on a highway getting away from the police, you know. So it's a little bit that feeling. So you're actually enjoying it, but it's also more difficult to see the right line, you know, not to take too much risk, but it's good fun.
Stefan, thank you very much. We'll leave your pass as a getaway driver there in the garage, I think.
Yes, I always think it's interesting to listen to drivers' analogies sometimes as to what they relate things to. I mean, some people relate things to going to the theatre, other people relate it to a game of bridge, other people relate it to going fishing, and yeah, or maybe it's getting away from the police on the highway. Depends what you're used to.
Like you stole it.
Yes, that's what they do, isn't it?
And one final pole sitter to tell you about: Duncan Huisman in the SP2 class at a 206.924. He beat out Wolfgang Kaufmann at a 2.0 in the 89 car, the Audi, at 207.346. So a very interesting qualifying session, Paul, and much different than what we saw last year because we took the chains off, and fully now 9 cars are under 201.
Well.
And 4 cars under 2 minutes.
Well,
and the top 9 separated by 1.6 seconds.
I mean, what's exciting about this, or adds to the anticipation, if you will, is the fact that this is the stars are right, the constellation is right for this to be repeated in the race. We've got a great mix of manufacturers. We've got those close times. Yes, all these people are going to have to jack the ride height up. They're going to have to run with a 30-kilogram additional weight from what they've just been running with. And they're also going to have to take on 5 litres less of fuel at every pit stop. The fuel tank size remains the same, so they'll be able to start on a full tank of fuel, 120 litres, the fuel tank size. But when they actually come to refuel, there's a different refueling amount depending which car you're in, but it ranges between 90 and 120 litres as to whether you're allowed to take on the full amount of fuel or not. But the point is that 5 litres of difference is going to mean that those running in the pro class, yes, it's going to be the same for all of them, but they're all going to be handicapped the same. And those that have chosen to sit out, like the Dragon Racing team chose to sit it out, I mean, they're not stupid. They're going to have looked at the figures and they'll say, with the lighter weight, we're going to be able to run less brakes. We're going to be able to run a more efficient package. It will be more reliable. That will be their hope. And they'll be able to run at their limit time of 2 minutes 05 every lap. They'll spend less time in the pits because when they do come into the pits, they'll be able to fill it right up to the top. They'll be able to fill it to the full 120 litres. And they don't have to carry the extra weight. So all round, it's a good deal.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with one of the class pole sitters, but more importantly, a man who's gone incredibly quickly to 997, Patrick Huisman. Congratulations on the pole in the 997 class, but even more so, breaking 205 by a long way.
Yeah, I mean, from the first moment we came to the track, the car was really good, and we didn't change a lot on the car. All drivers feel really comfortable with the car, and so that's good. No problems so far. And we were a lot faster than all the other Cup cars so far, so we decided to go out on used tires. And then suddenly Sohail was really flying, and I didn't see him on the list, so we had to push. Didn't have time to change the tires, but the last lap was clean and it was good. So happy to be on pole, but I mean it's a 24-hour race, so not so much of importance.
And what do you need to do to the car now to get it into race trim? Does it need to have, will it get extra weight or ballast, or do you have to run to a reference time in the actual race itself?
We don't have to. We can go flat out. But I mean, in the race with all the traffic, for sure, it's going to be a bit slower. And the car, basically the setup that we have right now is the race setup. We never worked on the qualifying setup, so that's very promising.
You're not kidding. It's a fantastic performance. Thank you, Patrick, indeed. Cheers. Well, old tyres, race setup, that fast, well, he's going to win the whole race.
Well, it's been a good afternoon and evening for the Heisman family, as I say, with Duncan in the 98 car taking the SP2, Paul, and a 2:06.9. That's actually a pretty good time for them as well. Paul, remind me of the times that the other classes, the reference times that the other classes have, because clearly we've seen some great qualifying times, but come the race on Friday and Saturday, remember, then it is the reference times that is going to count.
Yeah, for SP2, which are the faster cars, it's the other way around than you might expect, but SP2 are the faster cars and SP3 are the slower cars. For SP2, you have a choice because in SP2 you can run either with a minimum weight of 750 kilograms or a minimum weight of 1,000 kilograms, or with a minimum weight of 1,300 kilograms. So you have a choice of minimum weight.
We're all taking notes here.
Right. And if you run with 750 kilos, and then you can have a further choice as to what amount of fuel you have, 80 litres, 90 litres or 100 litres. And if you then run with 80 litres, your minimum reference lap time is 2 minutes 6. If you run with 90 litres, your minimum reference lap time is 2 minutes 7. And if you run with 100 litres, your minimum reference lap time is 2 minutes 8. So you pays your money and takes your choice in SP2, 2 minutes 6, 2 minutes 7 or 2 minutes 8, basically, depending on your weight and the amount of fuel you're going to take on. For SP3, which are the slower cars, those are the cars, the Nissan 370s class essentially, it is simpler, but still not simple, because Kerry Williams is involved and he likes to complicate things. The minimum reference lap time is always 2 minutes 12. That's the easy bit. But what you do have is a different amount of fuel that you can take on board, depending how heavy the car is. So if you're above 750 kilos, but under 1,000 kilos, then you can take on 80 litres only. If you're over 1,000 kilos, you can take on 90 litres. If you're over 1,100 kilos, you can take on 100 litres, and so on. There's a sliding scale up to taking on the full 120 litres. But whatever weight you have defines the amount of fuel you're allowed to take on board, and that then gives you the absolute minimum reference time of 2 minutes 12. So it's 2 minutes 12 for the Nissans, Nissan 370s and the Ginettas, of course, and for the SP2 cars, you're running at 2 minutes 6, 2 minutes 7 or 2 minutes 8 in a nutshell. Sorry, that was rather a long question to what was quite an easy a long answer to what was quite an easy question, John.
Michael, there are no easy answers when it comes down to this. We know that now. Darkness is falling rather rapidly, as it tends to do here. The high-level lights are on around the circuit. They do light a little bit of more the perimeter roads, actually, and the edges of the track rather than the track itself. So there is a little bit of light out there at the moment, but we can barely see the coastline now, where we could see downtown Dubai earlier on. We'll bang down at the pit lane actually and see if there's any more people to talk about.
Yeah, John, if you hold on 2 ticks, I've got Sohail Ayari for you.
Second place in the
Sohail, if I could have a quick word, sorry to interrupt. A very exciting session for the 997 honours.
Yeah, it was really fun. Okay, it's my first time here, and it's my first time on a Porsche.
Ever?
Yes, I never drove a Porsche before, so it was fun. It's quite a complicated car, a different car to drive. So, but I have a lot of fun and succeed to be not so bad.
Is it the first time you've driven on a circuit where sand is on the racing line or everywhere?
Yes. It was it's the first time for me here, so it's the first time for me with this difficulty of sand.
Anyhow, here's a man who certainly knows his 24-hour races. They'll all work out the same way. Good luck, Soil.
Okay, thank you.
Soil Ayeri for you there. Car number 41, second in a 997 class.
That's amazing. I would have lost money on that, Bruce, because when I think of what Soil's done in the past, obviously he had a very decent single-seater career in France, and then right up in the International 3000.
Yeah, he did indeed.
As it was. And you would have thought, wouldn't you, that someone who'd then transitioned into sports cars would have had a Porsche 911 drive somewhere.
Well, I'd have thought so. I mean, in the French Carrera Cup series, just for starters, they dropped lots of drivers in there, and I thought he would have done a Super Cup race, but I
thought he'd guessed it at least in something like that.
I think he was one of those drivers who's too young to have ever driven a 962 or any of its derivatives. Because he was following very much a single-seater career, and it was relatively late when he switched his single-seater career into a sports car career. I mean, he never drove in Formula 1, did he? But he must have come close to Formula 1 drives on occasion.
Did he not test?
I don't get close enough to Formula 1 anymore, I'm afraid, but I'm sure he was.
I think they corresponded just as sort of all the French money went out of Formula 1.
Exactly.
I think that was the bad luck from his point of view.
He was a test driver for a while, was he not, no? Oh, Nick says no, very, very quickly. Could and possibly should have won Le Mans, of course, with Pescarolo, the year of the transition, and didn't. But that could be said of a lot of people. But he's certainly exciting as a driver, and be interesting to see how he gets on in this race. I am terribly impressed because, as I always say at times like this when we're discussing Porsches, there are very, very good drivers indeed who just, Jim, don't get on with Porsche 911s, and that's no reflection on their talent in any other machine, but some people just don't get on with them.
And some people get on them with a house of fire.
Yeah.
I remember John Paul Jr. He was the master of the 935, and it took him a long time to come to grips with an Indy car. He ended up leading the Indy 500 and that sort of stuff, and won a race at Michigan, but it took him a long time. But in a Porsche, he was an absolute demon. It's a very different animal to drive.
Well, when people guessed in the Porsche Super Cup, I mean, some like Mika Hakkinen would get straight in and win a couple of races, but I remember Eddie Irvine did the Super Cup race supporting the San Marino Grand Prix at Imola and described it as like driving a car with a caravan attached. He did not get on so well.
I think the late, great Colin McRae actually managed to roll one in a British Grand Prix support when he was a guest driver as well, if memory serves. I think I might have been spectating at that race.
So was he.
He was after that, Bruce. Yes, he certainly was. And sorry, Tim's just said something down the line from London which I didn't quite hear. Speak up, Tim. He also crashed one heavily at Knock Hill. Yes, he absolutely did. Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. We already have a picture of the fat turbo Porsche prototype, the express car, on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective.
Looks like a nice 1/43rd scale model.
That's very nice. We like that a lot. And still to come this evening on 87.6 FM at the Autodrome and around Motor City, as well as on radiolemans.com. We have a night-time session. That's coming up in about 6 minutes' time. Let's go around our presenters and pit lane interviewers here and have a little thought about what we've seen already. Nick Damon and Bruce Jones in the Intercontinental Hotel Group pit lane. Nick, I suppose you probably want to say that the story so far has been the rebuilding of that number one Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz, isn't it?
No, the story of the day is Patrick Heisman. Honestly, yeah, building schmilding. No, it's Patrick every moment of every day for me, you know that. But no, in more seriously, it is absolutely the fantastic rebuild to pole position. I don't know, he had the spin to win in India. I don't know whether it's a rebuild to pole, whether we can think up some sort of rhyme for that concept between...
Paggard to pole?
Could be, yeah. Roll to pole, but it didn't, of course, did it, unfortunately?
No.
But that is going to be the most interesting thing in the last few days. Just having a quick look at the Lamborghini, by the way, and that's actually not being repaired. It's being cleaned up for transport, so they've.
Okay.
But it isn't as badly damaged as the SLS was. However, it's still very, very badly damaged and very, very unlucky because that was a zero-fault accident, unfortunately. But so that's the story. Really, is you can rebuild a car if you've got enough money, you can buy and rebuild a car and get on pole.
And Bruce, talking to the Lamborghini there, you were talking to the driver when he came back in, and the sense of deflation was absolute there, wasn't it?
Oh, he was beside himself. Jean-Marc Merlin slightly injured his back, but it was just the embarrassment and the sort of upset that he exuded, I think we can say, because the car was absolutely finished, and obviously there was no spare Lamborghini, unlike the fact that number one had a spare Mercedes just up the pit lane. He was desolate, because obviously this is a race people do to try and achieve, but when you reach a certain stage in your life, and I think Jean-Marc wouldn't mind me saying he's reached that, he's doing it for fun. So the fun is over, not just for him, but for everyone else. But on top of that, the thing that impressed me most about my first experience here at the 24 Hours of Dubai is the sheer diversity in the field and how close it is at the front. I mean, how many marks have we got? How many manufacturers were fighting there for pole, separated by fractions of a tenth of a second? It's fantastic.
Thanks, guys. Take a quick breather. Nick will bring us back for TV and radio in just a little while. Up here, it's Paul Trustwell and myself, John Hindhaugh, with Jim Roller in a couple of minutes, so just one comment each. Paul, what's struck you about this? I mean, we've seen a little more running than we did last year, because we've watched the whole of the test session as well, but this has been I do think this has been interesting, letting the guys at the head of the field basically just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Creventic have to take a lot of the credit for that. I mean, I was astonished last year when I saw this whole idea of minimum reference lap times for the first time, how well it actually worked, because for a lot of the sort of thinking time that you had before the race, I just thought, oh no, it's all going to it's just not going to work properly. But it did work very, very well. And one of the highlights for me for last year's race was Bernd Schneider with all 10 jokers used up at about 10 o'clock in the morning. No, it was earlier than that. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning, suddenly putting in a lap time of 2 minutes 5.001 seconds. An astonishing precision driving. So fantastic drive from him. But they've taken that away, but they put something back, which is even better, because they've gathered together all the different manufacturers. Somehow they've balanced their performance. And it's going to be an absolute strategic nightmare out there during the race tomorrow to get that significant advantage over anybody else, because every time you get an advantage, it's kind of taken away from you.
Very quick comment from you as we're wrapping up, Jim. What have you spotted from this?
Well, the diversity of the field, but yet the quality and tightness of the field, especially at the pointy end. 4 cars under 2 minutes. We only saw 1 car do that last year. And then the top 9 all separated by 1.69 seconds. Take into consideration what Paul just said about strategy, and tomorrow is shaping up to be one heck of a motor race.
I can't disagree with that, but I will remind everybody that it is Friday, remember, and not a Saturday start for the 8th running of the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours. And that's about it for our qualifying here. The good news is that there's no need to tune out here on 87.6 FM or indeed on radiolemans.com, because we'll be back for night practice in sound and vision next, and then we'll be replaying and podcasting, of course, all of the output that we've had over the last couple of days on radiolemans.com as well. And when we come back, it will be fully dark, but you can still get in touch with us and ask for us to lighten your evening with @Specutainment or @RadioLeMans. Thanks for listening for now. Don't go too far away. It's the nighttime practice next from Dubai and the Dubai Autodrome 2013. No, we can't do that. We don't have it. It was 1 from 26 from 50. Four cars into 2 minutes. That's one thing I do remember.
Welcome back to the Dubai Autodrome for the 8th running of the Dubai 24 Hours, sponsored by Dunlop, here at the marvellous Dubai Autodrome. And it is, of course, now time for night practice. 2 hours of running into the dark, where all the drivers have to run. You have to do qualifying laps. There's 5 drivers per car, so we're going to see huge amounts of track action. Before you left us, it was just coming up to the end of qualifying. Well, qualifying, we didn't see Jeroen Bleekemolen and Pips. The car number 1 is the car on pole, but surprisingly, Nicky Thiem in a Porsche ended up qualifying second, and third, Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin. Well, if you look down the cars just here, Jürgen, you see how beautifully this car, the Saudi Falcon, picks up the light in this gathering gloom, but certainly no gloom up in the commentary box, where we have Paul Trustwell, Jim Roller, and first, John Hindhaugh.
That was one of your better ones, Nick. Actually, we are encased in gloom up here because we've left all the lights out so that we can see the splendour of the circuit from up above. The cameras that are looking out onto the circuit now and picking up the Nissan of the RGN Motorsport team, and certainly the onboard cameras, make it look like late afternoon. It is by far much darker than the cameras show. Their teammate car is ahead. That is the 127 car. So both of the RGN Motorsport cars getting out. They've got a little advantage over some of the teams, Paul, because they've obviously everybody's got to do their night laps, but they have drivers who are in both cars, and presumably they only have to do one set of night laps per driver, not per car.
That's absolutely right, yes, John. And of course, although, as Nick was saying, some cars do have 5 drivers, there's nothing in the regulations that says that you have to have 5 drivers. And there are some of the leading ones only have 4 drivers. There's a BMW M3 out there that's trying to do the whole race on 3 drivers. So we'll see how they get on. But
you can't afford anybody to be ill, can you? Because the way the rules are.
Exactly. You know, there are enforced rest breaks, and you're only allowed to do 2 hours driving at a maximum at a time. So yes, it does pay to have an extra driver on hand to look after the you know, the unforeseen and when things go wrong. And it only takes a slight thing to happen. You know, somebody slips and twists an ankle or something, and all of a sudden you've got a driver who's not in a position to continue driving. But anyway, the main purpose of this night session is really to ensure that all the drivers that are going to be participating in the 24 hours know what the circuit looks like when it goes dark. And that's not such a daft thing to say, because the racetrack is not surrounded by streetlights. The onboard shots are making it look pretty bright, but that's just because the headlights are so effective on these cars. You've got to pick out where it is you're going to turn in. You've got to pick out where it is you're going to apex. You're going to pick out your braking points and all that kind of thing in the dark. And I've had no experience of racing, very little experience of, well, no experience of racing. Driving in the dark you do on the road. However, I did once do a kart race which went into the dark, and it didn't help that it was starting to rain as well. But it became a totally different experience when everything went dark, and it was a very difficult difficult prospect. So, you know, they want to make sure, the organisers want to make sure that the drivers are comfortable with the cars in the dark, and to that end they've stipulated regulation that every driver participating in the race has to do 2 laps in this 2-hour session, and that, as I say, could be for some teams up to 5 drivers going out and doing 2 laps.
And what we're seeing on the screen right now, Paul, is the 2 Nissans, the 370Zs out there, and you've got, looks like Roman Rushanov is leading around Peter Pizzera, and maybe perhaps John showing him the way around at night.
That is a very good point. We'll have to remember as well which of them has the 2 lights on the aerial at the top.
That would be the 127 that has the 2 little beanie lights, and the 147, as we're looking from the onboard back at the 147, you can see the 1 light on top of the hood of the car, and now we look out the front of the 147, and you see the 2 lights on the top of the 127. Thank you, truck.
That's very... into the pit lane for a problem. That is Bruce Jones bringing us the bad news. Who've got 5 drivers. I know it's only a couple of laps each, but if you get a red flag or something like that, and there's time taken off that's not going to be the work of a moment, is it?
I agree with you 100%, John. And also, it's not just a case of going out to do 2 laps and coming back in again, but it's also learning your way around, because there are some drivers out there who aren't as experienced. There are people who have never driven at Dubai before, even though they may have been around in the daytime. You've got to learn the track in the dark as well. So, I'm surprised as well. I think it will get busier, and maybe it is just a case of the A6 cars taking a deep breath after what was a fairly frenetic half-hour qualifying session for them. But it is important to get out there, and as you said, John, things can go wrong, and that can suddenly make the 2 hours pass very rapidly indeed.
And I don't like to cast Bruce in the role of harbinger of doom, but villain. You've just reminded me of something saying that, Bruce, and it's something that I forgot to mention during that qualifying. We left out, of course, Paul, the time that had been set earlier on for the Matt Griffin, Rob Barth Ferrari, because that 88 car did put a 205.1 in, so that is going to be in somewhere in the top 17, 18.
Yes, and the other Dragon Speed car, the Audi R8, did a 2 minutes 5.682. So yes, Matt Griffin, it was Matt Griffin's time, wasn't it? Matt Griffin did a 2 minutes 5.161, and the Dragon Speed Audi number 81 did a 2 minutes 5.682. Finally managed to find the right time and get them up on the screen, so we can now, if we need to go back to any of the qualifying times, then we've got them now.
Let's head down to that garage, the 88 car, and Nick Damon, who is with one of the 88 car drivers, that being the fastest Irishman in Thrapston, and he's going to kill me for saying that, but that's going to catch on like Ollie Gavin. It is Matt Griffin.
Yes, I'm going to have my disappointed face on with my teammate for the Midweek Motorsport Quiz, Matt Griffin. Matt, you told me you were looking forward to going as fast as possible for 24 hours. You were on the front row last year, your teammate was on pole, you didn't even bother going out for proper qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, we showed how quick the car could go yesterday. You know, we know the speed's there in the car. For our strategy, we're running a little bit slower. It means we've got more fuel, and you know, we can run the car more efficiently, a little bit lighter and stuff. It's always a difficult one in this situation because for a driver and for the team, we want to go as quickly as we can. I'm positive that we could have challenged for pole if we had to. But you know, for the overall result, at the end of the day, you don't get any prize for pole position, as we found out last year. The car that won it last year, you know, started in the 20s, I think. So that's the kind of tack we've taken this year. We don't know whether it'll work, but we know that we're pretty confident in our strategy. So we just have to go with it now.
So basically, your idea is to do a sub 205, be in the amateur class, get more fuel, less weight, stick below 205, so you above 205, but we really what you meant. And therefore still win the race overall?
Yeah, that's the plan, because the way we see it is that we'll hopefully be in a situation where we'll have definitely one and hopefully 2 pit stops less than the other cars, and because of the fueling situation here, you're talking at pit stops of 3.5 minutes, talking 7 minutes. There's a couple of laps back there, and also, as we found last year, it's very it's impossible to run, say, 201s consistently in the race. The pace you're going to see, the quickest with the traffic, I believe, is 203s to 204s. So if we can run consistently in 205s, yes, we're giving away a bit of lap time, but it's the tortoise and the hare scenario, I suppose.
I think Creventic was saying that they had the opportunity, they thought teams were sandbagging to make people who wanted to be amateur professional. I think you've covered that one off already.
I mean, I believe truly that we are a proper pro-am team. We have 2 professionals, myself and Rob Barf, and we have 2 steel traders in Leon Price and Jordan Groger. So we are, I think if you look up in the dictionary of pro-am teams, we are bang there. Now, obviously the car in the hands of myself and Rob can go fast, but say with Leon, he's not quite at that speed. So I think for us choosing this direction, you know, I don't know whether it's good or bad. It's a direction we've chosen. For me personally, as a driver, I just want to go out there and rag the hell out of it. But this is a different sort of a race, and it's a bit more of a kind of a long game we're trying to play.
Matt, certainly is a long game, and we'll know at about 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon whether it's worked or not.
Well, the good news is for Matt Griffin and the rest of the 88 team is that Paul Truswell agrees with them. Well, we'll go into that in just a moment. Is that that Paul Truswell agrees with you? We've got a red flag.
I wonder where we've got we've just got a red notice on the bottom of the screen, which is confusing.
The red line says, please check your start number, like my apologies. We'll come back to that tactic in just a moment. Let's quickly have a word with Bruce Jones, who's got James Kay down in the pit lane as you watch the skyline of Dubai in the distance. So, Paul, let's go back to this as we're looking at the Pressy Spark car circulating at the moment. Let's go back to what Matt Griffin was saying there on the 88 machine. They've got 2 amateur drivers. They won't be able to do the times, even on a clear track. We've got Rob Barth and Matt Griffin, who have proved in previous iterations of this race that they can drive to a lap time, and 2:05 is doable, it's reachable, and it's reachable consistently on a basis that they can run to it almost as an average time. You're never going to be able to get it spot on with that. But if they run 2:05, 2:05.5, 2:05.7, 2:05.3, that they reckon is better than running 2:03, 2:02, 2:06, 2:05, etc. That's the thinking behind it.
That's the thinking behind it, and it's difficult to say whether I agree or not, because I think I view it as a plan, and I don't think it is obviously the right plan, but equally I don't think it is obviously the wrong plan. So I'm going to hedge my bets in that sense. It is obviously a plan, and it is a plan to which they now have to stick. The only thing that can go wrong, that's just occurred to me, is if by some fate during this session Rob Barr suddenly gets a fit of pique and starts putting in a couple of 2:04s or 2:03s, then they'll suddenly find themselves classified as pros, because they'll have broken that 2 minutes 05 barrier. But there's a couple of things which weren't mentioned there in the interview, which also perhaps ought to be made. At the beginning of the race, they're not going to be involved in the Madge Mosel for the first corner. They're not going to be involved in any of the fighting, because they're going to be sitting on 2 minutes 05 while everybody else is going out and setting 2 minutes 2s. They're going to get into that rhythm. And you spoke about this racetrack. You get into the rhythm of the racetrack. And they're not really going to worry too much about coming across traffic, because they're in their rhythm, they've got their plan. And it will take, I'm suggesting, about 6 hours before we know how well the plan is working, and we can see where that car is positioned in the on the leaderboard. And by then we'll be able to say, you know, that was a pretty good plan, or we'll be saying it's just not working for them.
The point that he made, Jim, about the refuelling, I thought was an interesting one, because, and again, people who come to this race and don't know, you'll notice people wandering around in short sleeve shirts and cargo pants in the pit lane, and even perhaps shorts, which you wouldn't expect to see. That's not a pace car or a safety car out on the track. That's just part of the top of the car on the number 20 portion. That's because refueling doesn't happen in the pit lane. It's outside of the pit lane.
It's in a filling station where they have 4 pumps that have 2 sides, so there's 8 positions. 6 of them are for petrol, and 2 of them are for diesel. And it takes over 3 minutes, about 3.5 minutes, to actually fuel a car. And as you see, you make a right-hand turn coming out of the pits, and one of your mechanics must be stationed in the fueling area. You pull in, and it is a standard pump. There's no dump can here. There is no speedy way to do this. You screw off the top, put the nozzle in, and stand there and hold it, and let the thing go ding, 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 ding. Once that's done, you're allowed back out onto the racetrack. That's going to take about 3.5 minutes, and if you can save a couple of pit stops through this strategy, that's going to save you 2 laps maybe.
Well, I think 8 minutes.
They think it's very well thought out.
If you save 2
like
pit
Paul,
stops,
I don't know if it's going to work, but it's very well thought out. They put a lot of time and effort into trying to figure out which way to go with this.
If you save 2 pit stops, it could be as much as 8 minutes, which could be as pretty much 4 laps.
Yeah, that's true. That's because that's just the fueling is 3.5 minutes. You're absolutely right. So you save more time. I'm frankly really glad they're doing it. And the reason I'm glad they're doing it is because if all of the fast guys just went out and went fast, we wouldn't be able to see if this is going to work.
Yeah,
and it's going to make it very interesting for me. As Charles Dressing likes to say, the best thing about endurance racing is you end up with different strategies and everything that all come together with about an hour to go.
Yeah.
Or don't. Exactly. And that is what's going to make this, for me tomorrow, that much more interesting.
I agree with that, and I also think that a good thing about this, Paul, is what it does is all the pro drivers who whinge mercilessly about the reference times, and there you've got two of the best GT drivers in the field, with Rob Park, certainly the most experienced, and Mark Griffin coming up through his GT career, who are prepared to take that on for the good of the field, because for the good of the team, because they know that the two other drivers in their car would not be able to do
exactly.
So you have to look at another answer.
And that's part of the point, because
gives them the
all
best
all four drivers can do the times that are required in the car. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not Khalid Al-Kubaisi, I mean, you would hope that Bernd Schneider, Jerome Blekemolen and Sean Edwards are all capable of doing the same kind of times. But, you know, again, if one of them's having an off day, you know, you're putting more responsibility onto everything, onto the driver, onto the reliability of the car. If you're going to make this the pro call, if you do the AM call, then you're taking a lot of the responsibility away. You know, you're just giving yourself a little bit more room. I did some brief calculations last night. I'm going to do some more tonight, but results of what I did last night. I suspect that an AM car is going to be able to run 2 laps further on every tank of fuel, and by the end of the race it will certainly have done 1 pit stop less, possibly 2 pit stops less. Then the only differentiating factor is going to be what the average lap time is going to be that a pro car is capable of doing, and that's something that John and I spoke about yesterday. You know, what quite is going to be that average lap time? And average lap time is a bit like average speed on the motorway. You think you're doing an average speed of 80, 85 miles an hour, but you're not. You're doing an average speed of 70, 75, or a little bit less.
Even in a relatively powerful car, try an average 60 miles an hour on a motorway, where the speed limit is 70 miles an hour. And you think, oh, like, if I just sit 70 miles an hour, I'll average 70 miles an hour, but you don't.
No, you can't.
You don't get anywhere. If you can average 60 miles an hour,
especially if there's any traffic whatsoever,
you're doing very well. And bear in mind, I used to do road rallies in 1975, where we would drive very, very quickly indeed. Of course, never over the speed limit in those little country lanes in Northumberland, where the speed limit has been carbon fibre going for a ride, and that's because someone has gone off at turn number 1 in the darkness, and there's been a coming together there, hasn't there?
Looks like there may have.
And that is one of the Nissans. In fact, that's both of the Nissans, but
they're running together. Yeah, I think they just cut away.
We'll have another look down into the darkness in turn 1 in a moment. My point was that those road rallies on a road with a 60 miles an hour average were timed at a 60 mile an hour limit, rather, were timed at a speed of, I think, 40 miles an hour.
Right.
And
that's
you
normal.
had to be absolutely on your game to keep a 40 mile an hour average in a 60 mile an hour zone. So I do take what Paul's saying. I just think the calibre of the teams, the drivers, and the reliability of the cars at the front of the field might just be a little too much. Because if you're running a 205 as a bogey time, if you like, then your average is going to be 207, 208. And I think the guys at the sharp end of the field, I think Paul might be right. Maybe it is going to be close to a 205 or around a 205 average that wins the race. But that means if you've got a 205 bogey time, you're never going to get to that 205.
That's right. Not unless you live right on the edge of doing it.
But the AM drivers won't do that.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. They wouldn't be.
All things being equal, but of course, all things are never equal. That's the Nissan with the right-hand travelator, I was going to say. Trafficator was the word I was looking for. Indicator. Setting on. That's the 127 car. If you can't see the lit number, you can see the 2 little daily bot lights on the top of the car out in the darkness. And someone has just asked, actually, what's the I think it was Shea Adam, who's just been on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at radiolemans.com. Yes, it was Shea, who said, what's the difference in darkness to the circuit here as opposed to something like Le Mans? Does that answer your question, that picture there?
Yeah.
Shea, because out the back there, that is strange things could go out on the back end. We would never know.
Although the front straightaway is lit very well.
Well, as I said,
and there are a couple elements of the racetrack that have spill. As you said earlier, the ring roads and the perimeter roads are lit, and some of that light spills, but not much. The back straightaway is an abyss. Now, which car number is this?
Well, the one that was in the pits there?
Yeah. It would be. But you got a brief glimpse there of the fueling area. That's going to get crowded. That's another thing. What if you, and here we're going to see it again. You make this right-hand turn, and there you can see the fuel pumps on the left.
20 kilometers an hour there.
20, yeah. Then also you lower your speed to 20 kilometers an hour, and then you pull in for the fueling. And if the 6 pumps are occupado, then you're in a queue.
Yeah. The other thing is it has to be your team who are down there to do the fueling. So miscommunication, you pull in there, or you
he's off having a cheese sandwich.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Let's head down to the pits. Our second pit lane reporter is Bruce Jones. Bruce, what do you have for us?
I just watched car 15 come in. That's the Aston Craft Racing AMR entry. Darren Turner put it top of the timesheets in this night's session, 204.333. But the thing I wanted to point out, we've mentioned already in the various broadcasts from here about how the BMW, the Z4s, the Saudi Falcons ones look amazing at nightfall and after nightfall with that sort of glowing metallic green on their flanks. But the Craft Racing car really starts to jump out at you under the lights in the pits. It's got sort of lots of streaks of black and white and green up the side with little bits of orange, and they are fantastic. I think the photographers will find a treat if they head down for that. So someone pretty good has sorted that car for them. That will be racing in Asia through the course of this year, but certainly really impressing us. And Stefan Muka, I believe, has just taken that over from Darren Turner. So, but we've already talked about how Daryl Young and Tomonuro Fuji have been doing a great job in that car. So it's one that you never know until you get to a circuit just who's going to be charging, but they're definitely in the mix.
Yeah, 2 minutes 4.333 for that car, fastest in the session. The screen is showing us that Tomonobu Fuji has just got into it. This is the number 15 Aston Martin, and say that is the fastest car on the circuit or in this session thus far. It had just under half an hour of the session, with Tim Mullen in second place in the number 17 McLaren MP412C. Tim doing his qualifying laps at the moment, second fastest 2 minutes 4.502, and then third fastest is the Jones family Mercedes, so the variety of manufacturer that we saw in the day qualifying session being repeated in the night qualifying session. Aston Martin, McLaren and Mercedes first, second and third. It's Philip Jones, who is one of the sons or nephews, depending which relation you're looking at, who's driving that car at the moment, number 25, 2 minutes 5.017. I bet I had a great time at Christmas, all sitting around the Christmas tree saying, who's going to drive first, Dad?
Yeah.
Uncle, are you going to...
Don't forget there's a set of identical twins in there.
That's right. Yeah, the two fathers... two fathers are brothers, and twin brothers.
Age 60.
I think really, yes. I've been watching them race for a long time, and they've certainly enjoyed their racing career and continuing to do so. They're third fastest in this night session. Fourth fastest is number 20, being one of the Porsche 997s, and this is the Stadler Motorsport Porsche, which is being driven by Rolf Ineichen, Marcel Matter, Adrian Amstutz. Amstutz is behind the wheel at the moment, and Marco Zefried, the only German amongst a team full of Swiss drivers. And that car with Adrian Amstutz behind the wheel at the moment is fourth fastest, 2 minutes 5.174. And that's Porsche. And then fifth is a Ferrari number 30, the Ram racing car.
And you can see from those pictures just how dark it is here in Dubai. It's difficult to describe really, because as Jim says, the front straight, as you can see there, is pretty well lit. You dive down into corner number 1 and it's already getting pretty dark.
There's a little bit of light there, and then there's nothing.
Yeah. If you look in the background of some of the TV shots, what you can see are the low-level lights. Perfect. Thank you very much. You see those lamp standards that are on the apex of the corner? They are giving little pools of light, but that's what they are. They're not linked up, Jim, to a complete lap of light.
Anyone who's seen Petit Le Mans, there's a lot less light here than there is at Petit Le Mans, where they actually bring in some construction lights and backlight some of the corners so that the lights aren't in the driver's eyes, obviously, but they are spilling some light onto some of the more crucial corners. Here, as they head out onto the back part of the racetrack, there is very little light spilling on the racetrack. It is completely dark as night, you might say, and it's that desert darkness as well. There's nothing blacker at night than the desert, and that holds true here, certainly. So we see the number 20 car, not to be confused tomorrow as an emergency vehicle. In the United States, that would look like an ambulance coming at you.
That would, I think I wouldn't be overly pleased about that in any other race other than here, because there is no intervention car here. There's no safety car, if you like, here. If there was a safety car on the circuit at any time, we have code 60 here that replaces that. I don't think I'd let that out, because I think that would be too confusing for somebody.
It's too much in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
Exactly. The quick glance.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
It's one of those things that needs careful regulation, isn't it? How much identification light you allow on a car.
Yeah, I do remember a story that Matt Neal told me about coming up on a car on the Nordschleife and finding out it wasn't the safety car, it was actually a taxi with a taxi sign on it was being allowed to race. And that is a true story, I promise you.
I bet he said a bad word when the car went by him.
Well,
there here with one of the Jones brothers, Godfrey. First of all, just for our own sense of knowing what's going on, if you run through the 5 Joneses, how are you all interconnected as such?
Well, Dave and I are obviously twins. Gareth and Morgan are David's sons, and Philip's my son.
So how do you handle any arguments or any problems during the team?
No, we all said, we all agreed we'd leave all the egos on the aircraft.
Of course, oddly, you've gained most fame at this event already by selling a car to someone else. Tell us how that happened, how you ended up getting rid of one of your very nice cars to the the Saudi Falcon team.
Well, sadly they had a problem in practice and damaged one of the cars quite badly. And we had our spare car here. We normally bring along for spare parts. And they asked if we could do a deal, which they're out in the car now and doing very well.
We hear you ran a very, just to say you were a very good bargainer, would you agree?
No, I don't think so.
Now, the question I have been asked actually is, so what happens if if the Jones car breaks down? Can you nip down there and get some spares from them?
Well, we've got the AMG spares package here. And now, hopefully, if everything goes all right in the last session now, then it's only really we brought the car along for our spares. Obviously, we haven't got that now, but we have got the use of all the spares that AMG bring along.
And looking forward, that car was supposed to be raced by you later in the year. It's now down the road doing something else. Does it mean you had to buy a whole brand new car when you get back?
Well, we'll worry about that after this race.
Thanks, Corey. Best of luck.
That's all fair in love and motor racing, and when there's a deal to be done, everything is for sale, always.
Think they might have done a short-term lease, perhaps?
Yeah, and can we keep your bits on the car when we get it back? You've got the upgrades.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, it was one of the early cars that I think Nick mentioned. It was one of the first customer car, and that being the case, I'm not saying it's long in the tooth. It was quick enough yesterday when the twins were running around in it in the test session. But if you can have a car to a better spec, then so much the better.
With a clause, if you bin it, you bought it.
Oh, well.
You know? And that way they get it back. And who knows? Who knows what deal was struck in the darkness of night?
They did nip down to they did got down to at the hotel and sat around and did a bit of bargaining. A bit of bargaining and bartering in this part of the world is a very nice experience. A cup of hot, strong tea and some little fondant fancies.
Yeah,
normally
exactly.
what you do. You make a bit of a social occasion out of it. Paul.
Yes, I was just looking at the time to go on the screen, which has puzzled me slightly, because their time doesn't quite agree with my time. We're being shown as very nearly 2 hours to go. And I just wonder whether they've added some time onto the night practice so that they actually end up going through until 8:30 rather than 8 o'clock as it was originally scheduled to be.
28 minutes we lost in 35 seconds from memory.
Yeah,
when the clock
that's right.
stopped
Yes.
earlier on. So maybe they have added that on. It just means there's going to be an inordinate dash for dinner, which
I was going to say, as long as they extend night catering by as long as they've extended the practice session, we'll be all right.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure the teams will be saying exactly the same thing as you just have there. Now, times are coming in, but of course, Paul, these won't affect the grid. That's one thing that we need to make clear here.
Absolutely. In that sense, it's a free practice session. It is a night qualification session, though, in the sense that you have to qualify your drivers through it. So night qualification, night practice, call it what you will. The times do not count, but you do have to qualify your drivers doing 2 laps each. A faster one has come in, though, as John just alluded to. The AF Corsa Ferrari number 11 has just set a faster time in the hands of Raffaele Gianmaria, who's done a 2 minutes 4.277, then number 11, 2 minutes 4.277, faster than the Aston Martin had previously gone. So number 15 moves down to second. So it's now Ferrari, Aston Martin, McLaren, Mercedes is the top 4. And then in 5th place, that car that we were worried about earlier on, the number 8 FAT Porsche, in the hands of Martin Ragginger,
who's driven it seemingly every time we've looked.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's a transponder problem.
2 minutes 5.097 for that car number 8, which has now come back into the pits. The other drivers, Carlo Lusa, who runs the team, helped by Otto Kloos and Jens Richter, a mix of Swiss, Austrians and Germans in that team.
Bet they're punctual.
Yes. If we were looking for a reliable Porsche, that one must be it, mustn't it?
Paul Trustwell curses that car, which will come in at the end of the first lap with an issue.
71 cars have now made it out. Everyone has to go out in this session, so it'll be interesting to see as the time goes on if anyone will be looking for a waiver because of not being able to make it out for whatever reason.
Yes, I mean, having said that the organisation is strict, they are also understanding, and if there is a good reason why you didn't go out...
and if your drivers have got experience here...
Exactly so. However, you will have to explain your reasons, a bit like the Governor of the Bank of England has to explain why the inflation rate always seems to be something different from what the Prime Minister asks him to have. You probably don't have that in your country, Jim, but...
oh, yes,
They have a fiscal cliff.
That's the fiscal cliff, don't they?
Yes, we have the famed fiscal cliff.
Does the governor of
Which all of Congress should just go bloody well jump off.
They have a fiscal cliff, and elected representatives who don't understand the difference between a deficit or the deficit.
You got to bring in more than you send out. It's just like dieting. You got to take in less than you use.
Yeah, it's biscuits. Talk about biscuits. It's much easier. Great shot there of the rear exhausts of the number 12 Sadie Falcon's BMW out on the far side of the circuit. Traffic busying up a little bit out there on the motorway.
And with 71 cars, now 72 cars out on the racetrack, we're seeing times in the 204s, which gives us a little bit of a clue as to what race pace is really going to be, because I don't see them with this much traffic being able to go that much faster. Maybe a 2:03.
Well, if I had a team out here right now, what I'd be saying to the guys is, here's your lap time, go and hit it.
Well, right.
Even if you were if you're an AMP car, I'd be saying to the guys 205s. I want you to do 205.5s, please. Off you go. And I'd be wanting them to go and do that at this time of night, and see if they can do it. If you're in the pro cars, I'd be saying, let's get everybody's laps in, and then the last hour, I'd be saying, drive the wheels off it. Because I want to see what you can actually do in the dark.
And then pick a time for the race, or much like we do at Le Mans now, run flat out for 24 hours.
I mean,
you would go to old-fashioned endurance racing here, where you set a time and try to stick to it.
Because I think
pick a time that you think is going to win.
I think fuel is so important here, as Paul's alluded to, and you need to get the fuel mileage. If you can get an extra lap or a couple of laps by trimming half a second or a second a lap off your lap time, and not trailing the throttles into corners, not left foot braking, not picking up the throttle quite as early, not rolling off the throttle onto the brakes rather than
that's a great point.
All of that.
I'm not so sure. I think what you could do is actually, rather than set yourself a time and say, here's what we want to be going for. If you're a pro car and you haven't got a limit, you haven't got a minimum reference lap time, then I think what you should be doing is to gun it as hard as you can, as John was suggesting. And one of the things that racing drivers sometimes find it difficult to do is, when you get to the night time and it's just qualification, is actually to drive as if it's a race and as if it really matters. And that means that the brakes don't get used as much, and that means that the car doesn't get stressed as much. It doesn't get bounced over the curbs as much as it will do come the actual race. And so what the team has now is an opportunity to find how robust their car is. The cars that are running in the pro class have to carry this extra 30 kilograms of weight with them, and they have the additional ride height, all of which is going to use more fuel and is going to put more wear on the brakes, because obviously a bigger mass is going to take more braking to stop it. And so the cars are likely going to have to make one brake change, possibly two brake changes during the course of the 24 hours. And by getting the drivers to simulate the race situation, they're more likely to be able to gather more information. So I think, John's right. You either go out there and you drive it like it's the race, or you park it. If the drivers are qualified, there's no in between.
No, I agree. Just starting to see one or two glowing brake discs, brake rotors for those on the other side of the Atlantic. Just at least then showing that people are pushing on a bit. Not all four, I noticed there on the Saudi Falcons car, just the front two and that BMW Z4.
Wasn't it? I mean, it was Audi the last two seasons that have proven by running flat out, maybe not getting as good a mileage, but running flat out, they were able to make up the lost pit stop.
Yes.
The extra pit stop.
Yes.
I mean, it hung in the balance there for a while in the last...
It's the thing that Paul and I talk about the most in endurance races, about pace and average lap times over how long you're going to lose in the pits. And the problem is, as Paul always points out to me, is that it's no good saving a pit stop if your lap times mean that you're dropping way back.
Right.
If you're only saving, particularly here it's slightly different because you're longer to fuel. But when you're only saving 20, 25 seconds for a fuel stop, then you do 10 laps. You're doing 29 laps in a stint, let's say, and they're all a second slower, then do the maths. You haven't worked it out any better, have you?
It also helps having a shorter lap, because having a shorter lap, you can run your fuel tank much closer to being dry than you can with a long lap like Le Mans or the Nürburgring. However, the problem is if you run your tank to very nearly dry, you can't fill it again unless you're one of those teams that has the full 120 litres fuel allowance at the fuel tank. Because of the way the regulations are, even if you've got a 120 litre fuel tank, you can't put 120 litres in every time.
It's Paul Truswell along with Jim Roller and myself, John Hindhaugh, and we're watching the Nissan 370, I've said that twice today. Let's go down to Nick on the pit wall, who is with Bob Neville from the RGN Nissan GT Academy team.
Well, John, we moved the pit wall because it was too noisy for us two old boys to hear anything, so I'm with Bob Neville from RGN. Bob, first of all, congratulations on qualifying with the two Nissans. Fantastic result.
Yeah, thanks very much. We were pleased with that. We were surprised by the speed of the Lotus, but we went for it, and both Alex and Lucas managed to pip him.
The 127 car had a troubled berth, but it's found some speed now, hasn't it?
Yeah, we had some trouble with it on Wednesday, some gear selection issues, one or two other things. But no, both cars now seem virtually identical. That's the thing that's worrying me, starting next to each other on the grid.
You've got two cars. There are nominally 5 drivers in both, but 2 of them are the same, of course. How are you going to mix and match the drivers? Will those 2 Academy guys end up running in both cars, or if both cars are running, they'll 1-1 each?
No, if both cars were fine, then there'd be 4 drivers in each. But if one car gave a problem and was out, then the other one would go into the surviving car. So two drivers were trying to get to the flag at all costs.
Now, the other question, of course, talking to team managers, you know, and this is the question Ron Dennis used to get asked. You've got 2 fast cars. Are you going to allow them to race each other?
No. No, I don't want them. The last thing I want is them both racing in that first. And at the start of a big race, there's always the temptation to do it. But I've got to get my head around how to stop it. But I've got 2 fantastic drivers, Lucas and Alex, and they're both experienced. I don't really see any problems.
Okay, the old heads like us, that's how you get it sorted. Thanks indeed, Bob. Thanks a lot.
A fair point well made by both Bob and Nick, in fairness, Paul, because, you know, it's a long way to come and a lot of effort to have 2 cars run into each other on the first corner. You would get them back here, but that's not the plan, is it? And it looks like we've got a decent race between those 2 Nissans, and at least when the quicker drivers are in the Lotus. I've got to say I've been impressed with the consistency of the times that we've been seeing from the 2 Nissan RGN GT Academy cars, Paul, and that is, you know, we're going to say this a lot over the next couple of days, but consistency is what will gain you an advantage around here.
Yeah, that's right, and especially in SP3, it's not the class that's going to catch the headlines. It's the class that you're going to have to stick around in. Certainly in the first 4 hours of the race. I'll hazard a guess that unless something silly happens, we won't even mention an SP3 car because they're not the headline-grabbing cars.
I bet
but
those two cars.
what I think we'll do is increasingly through the night as they start to work their way up the overall order, and if there's a good battle going on, as there might well be between the different SP3 cars, then it'll get very interesting indeed. So I think it'll be one that will run and run as the race wears on.
A lappery going on there. There wasn't an awful lot of room between that Lamborghini and the Nissan and the number 61 BMW in the background.
That was the J-Lock Lamborghini cutting it a little close, but he did have his indicator on.
As you can see, the pit lane is very nicely lit. That's one of the far fewer of the smaller cars this year. That's one of the clear. One of the Clios,
a 2-class car.
Spin out of the circuit, and that is a Corvette. That's the Corvette from in front of us, isn't it? That's at this end of the pit lane. The Corvette that is Corvette coloured. He drives off what appears to be wrong direction, but he's getting into the runoff area so he can swing the 155 car around. Actually, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's smart driving rather than trying to reverse back on the track.
It was 133, I think, John, not 155.
133.
Yeah.
And he also he did it and went close to the tire wall. He stayed as far off the surface as he could.
That was at turn 14. But he's back in the pit lane now. He's just given his pit lane team a little bit of a heart attack. Something that, Paul, you've noticed about the timing screen. It happened a little while ago, actually, but we got off onto a different tangent. We thought there might have been time added on to this session.
Well, they've obviously been listening to us, because whatever happened, they've now corrected it. The time to go on the screen now showing is 1 minute and 11, just under seconds, which is going to 1 hour and 11 minutes, which is going to take us through until 8 o'clock as originally scheduled. So we needn't panic, the folks over at the catering. Dinner time will happen when it should do, which is around lunchtime at home, or breakfast time in America. We know a song about that, don't we?
Yes, we do.
So that's all safely gathered in. A new fastest lap overall has happened, which I failed to notice when it happened, and that was for the Saudi Falcons Team Schubert car. This is BMW Z4 in the hands of Dirk Adolf, has done a 2 minutes 3.825. So we've got the BMW of the Saudi Falcons team fastest. Second fastest is the AF Corsa Ferrari, 2 minutes 4.277, less than half a second slower. Third fastest, the Aston Martin, number 15, less than a tenth of a second slower. And fourth fastest, the number 1, the Black Falcons Mercedes, with Harem Blekemolen, who's currently doing the driving of that car. 2 minutes 04.345 is just a hundredth of a second slower than the car in front of it. Fifth is the Lotus, number 17, the Lapidus entry with Adam Christodoulou in the car at the moment. 2 minutes 4.502.
Did you just say Lotus there?
I didn't mean to. I might have done.
Yeah,
I should have said McLaren. Yes, I meant to say McLaren. McLaren was in my head. Apologies if I said Lotus. Where did I get Lotus from?
You were trying to wrap your head around Christodoulou. That's
yes.
We've all had that problem. It took me 2 seasons when he was when they were doing Formula Renault in the British Championship. I had every form of race on every form of pronunciation on that. Out goes the 59 Porsche, and it is still quite busy in the pit. Here's the thing that, I mean, one of the things we've been mentioning, it's not just about what's happening on the track, gentlemen, it's about what happens in the pits as well. And the Saudi Falkland, one of the Saudi Falklands cars is in at the moment, and for the life of me, my eyes are so bad from staring at the computer screen
24.
now, I can't see. It's the 24, thank you. That's really bad. That's only 150 yards away. But that car is sitting, having work done. The bonnet is up in the pit lane. Here's one of the Seat Supercourt was having the same thing done, the Kia racing car. And, you know, there's an issue straight away as well, Jim, that we say all things being equal, things that seldom are. You might be sharing a pit with 2 guys who have problems, and you want to come in and you're doing great guns, you want to come in and do a standard pit stop. And
they've got to get out of your way.
Yeah.
They've got to get out of your way, or hopefully they're doing their work in the garage area and then bringing the car back out, not doing the work out on the pit lane. And then the negotiations have to happen. Come on, fellas, help us out here.
And here's another issue. Follow somebody in the pit lane who's going super slow, as this happened to the 15 Aston Martin here with Darrell O'Young at the wheel. I think we'll pop down to the pit lane now, because I held Bruce off for just a moment, talking about people who are in the pit lane. Let's go down to the second voice in the pit lane for us at the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours this weekend, and that is Bruce Jones.
The drivers have to work hard, but the mechanics, as we know, have to work much, much harder. And at Dragon Speed, working that gorgeous Audi R8 LMS Ultra, they reckoned they'd come out half an hour into a session. They haven't managed that. They had to change the gearbox. It is going back together. But they're one of about, somewhat around about 5 or 6 cars that have yet to go out. The 51 Porsche, the black one, LV Motorsport, that hasn't gone out. One of the SP3 BMWs, the 153 from Bonk Motorsport, has not gone out either, unless it did while my back was turned. So while the cars are going around the track, others are parking diagonally in the pit lane, trying to find space to have short changes done on them. But sadly for people like Dragon Speed, what should have been a nice quiet session has proved into a really, really busy one. Those drivers need their night laps, and the session is going away.
And there is the 15 Aston Martin for Darrell O'Young in the pit lane, Jim.
I like it a lot better under the lights.
Yeah.
Bruce, I think, was talking about that earlier. Under the lights, that's pretty sexy looking paint job. When it's grown on me since I first saw it. When I first saw it, I was like,
It flattens the curves of the car a little bit too much for me. And one of the things I love about that shape of Aston Martin Vantage is the hips at the back,
Shapes
the
like
wheel
a lemon.
arches. Yeah, I love it, love it. Look out of the rear. The window. Oh, look at how much dirt there is offline there for Carlo Lusa, who's taking it. Well, you see, that's what you're going to have to do in the race. So that comes back to what Paul and I were saying. The FAT car, and look how much he's drifting wide there. He couldn't get on the throttle because he turned in early. That is the, I think that's a Ram Racing car
yes, it's
behind
Ram
him.
that's right behind him.
So that will be
just
Johnny
made a
Moore.
really dicey pass.
Johnny Morlam in that car, but that, Paul, comes exactly, that speaks virtually exactly to what we're saying. If you're going to go out there now, once you've got everybody qualified, you've got to drive it as if you were in the race if you're going to get any useful data from it.
Absolutely, and you also learn about what driving without risk is all about, because whilst you're doing that, you've got to be absolutely certain of where your sight lines are, where your blind spots are. If you know, when you're looking in the mirror, whether the mirror is exactly set up to the where you want it to be, and all that kind of thing. Because you know, you've got to have a spatial awareness. I mean, people talk about spatial awareness in Formula One cars, and in WEC cars, it's that little bit more difficult because of the sort of A-pillars that you get there. But it's the same in this. You've got cars around, you've got to be aware of where they are, but you've got to minimise the risk at the same time. And you know, that because what you don't want to do is to throw it off the circuit. Equally, you don't want to throw it off the circuit in this night qualification session, but you've got to be sure of what you're doing. And there's no way better at getting good at what you do than by practicing doing it.
Yeah, I do not disagree with that at all. It's one of the... That's a Racing Divas car, yes it is. Helpful for us as well to be watching these guys and ladies driving around at this time of night, because we are going to have to deal with exactly the same conditions during the race. Full details, by the way, of the TV and streaming times. If you are happy with audio, then that's easy. It's start to finish, warm up as well on radiolemans.com. TV times, of course, on www.24hdubai.com, as well as the TV companies that are showing the event Friday and Saturday. Remember, local time here in the Middle East is +4 to GMT, and it will start at 2 o'clock local on Saturday. I jumped up there because I saw a flashing amber light. Yes, there's somebody spun on the turn 14 hairpin.
In the Corvettes, I think.
That's the 14. Oh my goodness me! No, it's the 14 Mercedes-Benz, just being avoided by the 145 Aston Martin.
That was a close call.
Just being avoided by the Aston Martin. So that was in the 14 car. Olivier Barrian. And the 145 Aston is Tom Kimber-Smith. Well, I think Olivier needs to nip down there and shake TKS's hand there, because a lesser driver than Kimberly Smith might have T-boned that Mercedes-Benz there. TKS is never less than walking up, but trust me, even his highly trained heartbeat was raised just a tick or two. by that little moment. I was starting to talk there about the dust-off line, and we've had, effectively 2 full days running on this track now, but with the wind blowing as it did last night and this afternoon, just keep an eye on the back of the cars, and there's a little
little wiggle
getting on the throttle from the Ferrari, which hasn't got its door number illumination on for the 18 car of Jean-Bernard Bouvet. And also just look at the dust that is kicking up from the back of that Vision Ferrari 458 GT.
Almost looks like it would look if the racetrack was wet.
Yes. Well, you heard what Sabine Schmidt said earlier on, Paul, about the grip levels.
I just wonder how much that has just started to happen, or how much it's been happening throughout, but we just see it more because it's being illuminated by the headlights a bit more.
That could be.
So I'm not sure whether that might be a one of those things that you just happen to be seeing now, even though it's been happening throughout the days so far.
Racing Divas making a pit stop and practicing a driver change. Swapping over.
It's not easy. There's not a lot of room in racing cars. And if slight racing driver figures of the Racing Divas are having trouble, just imagine how much less elegant we would look trying to get in and out of that.
Good God. We'd need more than a sock puppet to get us in and out.
Oh, yeah.
Need some lubrication.
Or the jaws of life, possibly. Wouldn't do the real cage any good, but at least I'd be able to get out again. I would say I'll get into any race car that you want to let me drive, but getting out again may be expensive and frankly.
Oh, Lord.
We've only had 75 cars out in the session thus far.
Missing 4.
I know it still seems like a lot, but well, yes, that does mean we're still missing. Is it 4 we're going to be expecting?
4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5. I need to just check how many we've got through the qualifying. We actually had 78. The one we're missing is the number 7 Porsche 997.
Guys, Bruce is just telling me on the talk back that it's just gone out of the pits.
Right.
Just gone out of the pit box now. And we'll stay in the pit mode as we go down to Nick Damon, who has got more from the pit lane. Nick?
Yeah, with Jake Giddings from the 96 Clio. We chatted to your mentor, Johnny Adam, yesterday, and he seemed very upbeat. And I thought that the biggest contrast I could think of was someone used to driving a 20-minute Clio Cup race to then going to a 24-hour endurance race.
Yeah, it's the first time I've done anything like this. We've done Clio Cup before, but no, it's quite good. It's a different atmosphere to England. Race day is great. I really enjoyed a long stint, so no, it's going well.
How about being the slowest part of the traffic? I mean, some of the faster guys saying the closing speed's dramatic. You must feel yourself being whooshed past rather a lot.
Yeah, one minute you see them like miles away, and then the next they're coming down your inside. No, it's quite hard to keep out of their way, but once they've gone, you do get a bit of breathing space for quite a while. But no, it's just really keeping your eyes out there. So hopefully it'll be a lot better.
Is the being overtaken thing, is it harder or actually easier in the dark?
I'm not sure because I've never been out in the dark before, so this will be my first time. But I think my main worry is going out there is because you can't see them, you just see lights, you don't really know how close they're coming up to you. So no, once I've been out, I should be able to get a good use to it, really.
So is this where you see your future now, running endurance races around the world?
I got an open mind, really. This is the first thing, so maybe there's more, maybe there isn't. I'm not sure. I'll just keep an open mind on it, really.
Jake, thank you very much.
The joys of innocence. The innocence of youth. Oh, good heavens. First time at night. And I particularly enjoyed I'm enjoying the longer stints.
Yeah, well, he's probably only done 25 minutes at a Clio.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. I'm enjoying the longer stints.
Where
at Le Mans, they do quintuples. Here, they can only do 2 hours at a time, maximum. And so that's about a stint and a half. So there won't be really any double stinting. And yeah, that's great. I'm enjoying the longer stints. I got a kick out of that.
So Stefan Mucker now in the number 15 Aston Martin and has just turned the fastest lap of this evening's session at 2 minutes 2.852. 24 Jörg Muller, and there he is, braking nice and early for the hairpin at the end of the back straight, just before the 100-metre board. Heads back up the hill. I knew there'd be reflective stuff on Andy Blackmore's design on the side of that car, and certainly there is. You can pick out the Saudi Falcon on the side of that BMW Z4, and that design is growing on you, isn't it? The shape of the car is growing on you because of the livery design that Andy's done. Because you're not a Z4 fan,
No, I'm not.
Even though they're built just down the road from you.
Yeah, but I never really found them attractive. They just didn't meet my taste, and this is my personal thing. And this one, I really like this one. I really like these Saudi Falcon cars. And I think I like the mix of the colors as well.
Yes, which is the Saudi flag, of course, and that's why it is those colours. We said it the other day, but it's worth repeating that the black on those cars, the black's pinstripe on those cars, is not a plain stripe. It's actually a gap between the colours. Therefore, it's carbon fibre showing through, which I think is genius. It is just genius. Can't see that in the dark, of course, but
just going through and looking at some cars that we've not seen, trying to sort of do the process of elimination to work out what's missing and who still perhaps we do need to go and find out about. He's on my list of people who didn't qualify and who haven't been out tonight, Bruce. So number 45 is one of the ones that is missing. So number 45 is looks like it's not going to be going anywhere for a little while just yet. Another of the ones that's in that same category of cars not going anywhere, the number 51 car, the Porsche 997 from the LV Motorsport team, running in the 997 class, driven by a mixture of Danes and Bashar Mardini, the local UAE driver. Number 129, remember that car was involved in the earlier free practice session, which we suspected of losing oil out on the circuit. That's the Equipe Verschure BMW 123D, which hasn't come back out onto the circuit. Number 101 is one who was in the qualifying. This is one of the minis, the Mini Coupes, the Volkswagen Racing car. Sorry, the SIG Motorsport car, number 101, running in Class A2. So 101, and the other one we've not seen is number 81, which is the Dragon Speed Audi R8 LMS. Now, we didn't see that in the second qualifying session because we were told that the Dragon Speed team were going to sit it out, but we haven't seen the Audi R8 number 81 in this session either, which is something of a concern for me. I don't know quite why that hasn't been out. So, but apart from that, we have seen 75 cars in the night practice session. We're over halfway through it, John.
Bruce reports from the pit lane, 71 I think it was, has just finished a gearbox change. Stefan Mucker has just lowered his best time to a 2:02.795 and then came into the pit lane, as we saw from the onboard camera on the right front wing. Was it 71, Bruce, or was it 81, excuse 81. Me, which is the Dragon Speed car? Thank you. Bruce doing sterling work there, sending us information from the pit lane. And there is, now, is it really Faisal Bin Laden in that car with its blue light? Oh, no, that's from the Nürburgring, of course.
Yes, it is.
That is Team Schubert's having its Nürburgring experience paying dividends into the hairpin at turn 14, diving underneath the fat Porsche. And that's a pretty clean move at that point. You've got to carry the speed into it, though. Amazing there, just how the Z4 did so well, and then look how much it was pulled back by some of those little hot hatchbacks.
Yeah, through that.
In the run down to 16.
Yep.
That's interesting, isn't it? I tell you what, going offline here is going to kill you if you get dirty tyres.
Exactly.
Here.
And of course, you'll get a combination as the race goes on of sand and marbles. You'll get rubber that's been discarded from the tyres and the sand as well, and that.
And the rubber will pick up even more sand, so it goes up exponentially. So getting offline here is going to be very dicey indeed.
It is one of those things here where you can't not go offline, if you know what I mean. You will have to go offline at some stage.
Probably a third of the lap you're going to be offline.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
But won't that in fact make the cleaner I mean, with that many people going offline, your clean portion, the dirt will get pushed that much further out from the apex of the corner, hopefully.
And there is again the problem with traffic here. And you know, waving blue flags, flashing blue lights, it really means nothing at this point, because is it for me? Is it for the guy behind me?
Yeah.
Is it for the guy who's coming up behind him? I've got no. It's basically like driving on the roads around here. You've got to have your head on a swivel and be watching all your mirrors all the time. And like that we've just seen there with the #1 Mercedes-Benz, currently driven by Bernd Schneider, going underneath the BMW Z4. Now the Z4's a quick car, and the Mercedes really hustled through that left kick through 13.
Yeah, and he
had hammered room. This is very interesting for me, because this is what we're going to see for 24 hours in the race from 2 o'clock tomorrow. And the way drivers deal with this traffic and how good they are through the traffic is going to be absolutely key to how the race progresses.
With Dominic Schwager. Dominic, it's interesting, the man to, if Jürgen just shows the man to the left there, we've just seen done in your sister car, I believe, but you're doing headlight alignment. Is that something you just can't do in the garage?
Well, for us, we didn't run here before, and it's always difficult when the car gets prepared, that it's exactly in the place where you want it to have, and well, that's a normal thing to do. We just have to get it right, because it's a long night tomorrow, and yeah, nothing special.
I mean, are these cars, this is a low coupe, is this an easy car to drive at night?
Well, it's the main thing at the night, or in general here, is really the traffic. Our car is behaving well, so we're quite happy with it, but it's really the main thing will be to survive the race without any incidents, like usual in a 24-hour race. But here it's really, the speed difference is quite big, and the level of the drivers, the difference is quite big, so you really have to be aware all the time.
I mean, also, what's the track like offline already?
Well, as we have seen this morning, there's like a sandstorm here, so obviously the grip never really builds up, but offline it's even worse. So sometimes you have to make a decision, pass the car on the outside and collect more sand, or just wait a bit and then pass. So it's not easy.
You guys have gone to the pure professional ranks of the A6 class, so you've got to go hell for leather, as we say, flat out the whole time. Is that not going to be very difficult with all the traffic?
Yeah, I think the risk really rises with that strategy, but obviously we are pushing, but we are not running like a sprint race. I mean, it's a 24-hour race. We try to go as fast as possible, and at the same time not taking too much risk. There's always a risk when you're going on the racetrack, but yeah, we try to do our best and keep away from dangerous situations.
Dominic, thank you very much. And one of the good things is your car really is very visible in the night lights and the headlights with that new colour scheme you've got.
Sorry?
You have a colour scheme that makes your car very bright at night.
Yeah, well, actually, I haven't seen it from the outside yet. We had some issues with the light, so from the inside I wasn't happy with the brightness. But now they changed something, and I'm looking forward to hear what my teammates say.
Dominic, thank you very much indeed.
Yes, it's interesting to see how difficult it is to get the lights just to your liking, because you know, it's like anything with a driving position, a seating position. You have your own little taste of how you like it, and sometimes you can't quite explain what you need. You just say, I can't see what I need to see, and the mechanics don't know whether to turn the lights up, turn them down, turn them towards the sides, and again, if you've had experience of night driving, as obviously people like Bernd Schneider have had, or Jörg Müller, then there's a lot, you can save yourself a lot of time. A car there with no lights at all on the screen was the MRS McLaren. MRS Racing entered McLaren, number 10, as you rightly observed there, Jim. Currently in the hands of Kenji Kobayashi.
And that lighting thing, just to put a button on that story, that's another compromise. You got 5 guys. I'm sure everybody lends things just a little bit different. So with 5 different drivers, then that's something that they have to compromise on.
Yeah, I think that's on drivers left just after the start-finish line, John, isn't it, where that McLaren was?
Can't
Did he get back
see
going?
it. It stopped on the outside of the circuit. I can't get the binos on that. The guys in the pit lane might just be able to see it.
Yeah, they'll have to climb up on the pit wall in order to see over the pit wall and see what exactly has happened to that car.
There's the J-Lock Lamborghini, which is the car I thought it was at first.
Let's head down to the pits, and our second voice in the pit lane is, alongside Nick Damon, is Bruce Jones with some updates on cars for us.
Yeah, I talked earlier of car 153 being in the garage. That's since been out, just driven past me. But car 129, which is in class D1, the diesel class, it's the Akit Verschoor car with the driver lineup led by Franz Verschoor. Just needs one more thing, then it can go out. That'll be the engine. So I'm afraid they were the ones that we think dropped the oil that caused all the problems earlier on today, that took out the Lippert Rhino's Lamborghini and led to the spin for the 17, the Lapidus McLaren and sundry others. But they are working away on it, so there is some intent, but I'm sure they'll be asking for whatever laws of force majeure to let them get onto the back of the field. But car 129, all sorts of trouble.
I know you're in pit in end, Bruce. You can't by any chance see what car it is that's off on the start-finish line, can you?
I'll go up on the pit wall and take a look.
Cheers. If it's not Bruce, maybe Nick can have a look from his end of pit lane.
I think we saw that car.
I think it's a Porsche.
McLaren number 10. Because we got a good view of it before the camera panned away from it. And it's Kenji Kobayashi at the wheel of the number 10 McLaren and the MRS car.
Bernd Schneider's just gone round in a 2:02.944. But he's not in a Porsche, he's in a Mercedes-Benz, and that means he's just a 10th and a half away from the best time from the Aston Martin this evening, which is still that 2:02.7 from early on. Frank Yu doing 2:10s at the moment, just trying to play himself in. He hasn't been in that car very long, and if you see the onboard with the green right front wing, that is the 15 car.
Schneider bringing the one Mercedes into the pits after turning that best lap time so far for that car this evening in the night practice.
Soyela Yari doing good stuff again in the 41 Porsche 997 up inside the top 20 again with a 2:08.2. He's in the pits at the moment, but those 997 class cars are very, very good indeed. The 89 is the SP2 leader. Lucas Ordonez was last in the 127 Nissan, which is back at the head of SP3. Remember, these are not qualifying times, but just what's happened tonight. The team car, the 147 with Alex Bunkum last in it, that is now in the pits as well, and that's in second place. And third in SP3 is Shane Lewis in the number 148, the Lotus Evora, which has been very, very impressive. And I got the feeling from Bob Neville's interview there that he was thinking that Lotus is going to give them a slightly better race than they might have expected.
Yeah, he admitted he was surprised by the speed and pace that car had, and they came out of nowhere, literally. They hadn't been near the top of the charts in the class until the session when it counted.
Shane Lewis.
Yeah, exactly.
We have seen
professional race car driver.
How many times have we seen Shane jump into a car after having little or no running, and somebody says, "Okay, Shane, go and do what you do," and he goes, "Okay, I'll go and do what I do."
Thomas Enga without the drama.
Yeah, he did, and and he goes and does what he does.
Yes.
And that is a professional race car driver from naught to immediate pace in no time at all.
Interesting difference here. The 24 cars we're seeing on the screen now has it's green lights as opposed to blue lights. So we'll have to remember that.
Right. Tomorrow. Okay. 24 is green. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the restrictions in the regulations here, which don't apply at the Nürburgring 24 hours, is that your forward-facing lights have to not flash. What's the opposite? They have to be steady.
Static,
yeah, static lights. You're not allowed to have flashing blue lights as they do at the Nürburgring. And you are allowed to flash your headlights when you're coming up behind somebody, but only 3 times. So you
That's
can't...
called the Rockefeller rule.
That's 10 flashes. But no, three flashes and you're out. And the only other little nugget that I can offer you on light rules is that when you come into the pits, you're not allowed to have them on full beam. So going up to the refuelling, you're not allowed to blind your refuelers, because otherwise they might miss with the petrol pump. And that would be a bad thing. So
says Paul in a very matter-of-fact way. I don't think you can argue with that.
My shoes wet.
Yeah, come on, we've all done that though when the pump hasn't clicked off. So out in the darkness in the infield at the moment, following around the number 11 Ferrari, which is currently in 6th position, best time of 2:04.2. 2:09s at the moment. That's the AF Corsa car. Interesting driver lineups in the AF Corsa car. We've seen them before running a Pro and an AM version in the WEC. Similar sort of tactics here, I would say.
Also at Sebring.
Yeah. And they are. Ferrari say there isn't a works team, but AF Corsa
Next
would be
best
that
team.
works team if there was one. And Mato Ferrari's team, no relation apparently, as the 458 has proven itself, hasn't it, to be a really capable GT car in GT3 or GTE specification, and of course is the only GTE car with that's really got the direct injection to work and has made it supremely fuel efficient on the world stage. So much so that they were given a smaller fuel tank at the end of last night.
Just a quick one. I've noticed that we've now got the number 81 Audi R8 LMS out onto the circuit, the Dragon Speed car with Enzo Potolicchio at the wheel of it. So number 81 is the 77th car we've had out in this night practice session.
Well, let's head down into the pit lane. 2003 Le Mans winner Guy Smith is driving for Ram Racing in their 458. Nick Damon is with him.
We're having a little chat before we started, and Guy just says to me, oh, it's a bit like the Nürburgring. I was thinking, I've been to the Nürburgring, I'm always freezing cold, so it can't be like that.
No, it's definitely warmer, warmer than the Nürburgring, but yeah, having a great time. Unfortunately, we've got a small problem with our Ferrari at the moment with the gearbox, which hence why we're in the garage. But so far, I've really been enjoying my first trip here.
Now, I was going to ask you why it's in the back there. So is that an actuator or an end of the gearbox rather than the actual cog bit?
I think it's more the cockpit right now. Just the guys are just taking the gearbox apart and having a look. But we had a similar problem yesterday, so that's a little bit worrying. But we're taking a look at it now, and hopefully, I don't think we'll get out tonight, but hopefully, we'll have it fixed for tomorrow.
Brand new team, Ram Racing, brand new car with a 458. You must have been particularly pleased with Johnny's qualifying time.
Yeah, I mean, the team, I have to say, the team have done an amazing job. As you said, a brand new team. A lot of the guys have come from Formula One, and I mean, we needed a part last night for this morning, and they got a guy on the plane from England, flew him here, got him here first thing. You know, they're very, very serious. So Johnny did a great job in qualifying. I think if you look at the qualifying performances, the Ferraris were a little bit off the pace. We've had a big restrictor hit since last year and a lot of weight and etc. etc. So I think Johnny did a great job, and you know, we'll just see how it goes for the race.
I've got a interesting thing. Yeah, you talked about it being different in Nürburgring, but of course it is very, very warm and quite humid in the car. I mean, how do you deal with that heat? You know, first thing in the year when we've been shivering for the last 3 months.
Well, exactly. Coming from England, you know, we're not used to this heat, but no, it's just great. I mean, this is a great. The temperature is fantastic. It's great for you know, for us to be racing in this environment. 24-hour race is the first race of the season. No better way to prepare for the season ahead. So,
seen a few of the guys down the grid with the cool suits on. Is that something you want to go to?
I must say it's pretty hot in our car. I've never actually driven with a cool suit before, so Johnny tells me it's the way to go. So I don't know. Right now we haven't got one.
What about the race suit? Is that the P1 brand race suit? Is that different, or is it just standard 3-layer? My God, that's warm.
Yeah, no, I think we should be okay. They keep drilling more and more holes in the windows, and you know, the thing is, once you get into the adrenaline of it, you just drive and worry about it when you get out of the car.
Yeah, well, if you've won, you feel very cool, so it doesn't really matter. Guy, thank you very much.
Guy Smith with Nick Dimon down in the pit lane. I will say one thing. When I was at Ram Racing, Nicky Grist, who was Colin McKay's World Championship co-driver, threw me one of those P1 race suits. It's full FIA approved 3-layer, and I went to pick it, to catch it, and you know when you do something expecting something to be a certain weight and it's not, and you end up with your hands going up. It was about half the waist of what I expected.
Wow.
And it's full 3-layer, which is quite remarkable.
Technology marching on.
Yes, absolutely. Whilst we're watching that Audi getting its rear deck removed and the engine looking at it, let's head down into the pit lane. Car number 81, car 81, and Eric Lux is with Bruce. Bruce, what's going on down there?
Delayed start to the night session for Dragon Speed, but Enzo Potolicchio just brought the car in. What was the delay? Was it the gearbox? I gathered the gearbox was being changed.
That was an anticipated delay. We had to change the gearbox for the race. We wanted to put the race box in. Despite having a warm-up tomorrow, we wanted to get some laps in it tonight as well, make sure everything was sound. And, you know, we're in good shape. We still have plenty of time left in the session for us all to get our time. The car's been good all weekend, and we're excited for tomorrow. I think the team's done a good job with the setup, and we have a good package.
So we've just seen Enzo Potolicchio get out. Who's just got in?
Francis Onda. So he's in now. Pierre will follow, then myself. And then Aronson, but we don't anticipate Aronson doing much of the night driving, so if he chooses not to, he chooses not to.
Okay, that's a fair call, but obviously track time here is really useful to find out, and getting off the racing line, bad enough in daytime onto the sand, but running a bit wide at night, I suppose it'd be your first chance to try the headlights and see how effective they are.
Yeah, it'll be this is my first time in this circuit. So far I have 6 laps here. But the car is very easy to drive. It's not a very difficult car. It's a great track. It's a fun track. The sand is an issue. You know, today was quite windy, so we had sand all over. The corners were different each lap. But that just means, you know, 85 cars. Whether it's here or anywhere else, 24-hour race, you have to play it safe and clean and make sure you don't go offline unless absolutely necessary, and you know, keep the car safe and bring it back.
Seems a good mantra to me. Best of luck, Eric Lux.
Thank you.
And for those asking, that was former ALMS driver, Eric Lux.
Another of the ALMS crew that's here.
We've got a touring number 12 Saudi Falcon's car. That car is not up to speed.
No, it's just...
now it begins to pick up speed. I wonder if it maybe just had a little whoopsie there and was getting back on the track.
Yeah, it might have been trying to burn some debris off his tires.
Can I make an observation, John?
Yes,
because I've just been looking down at the times from the main qualification session earlier on, and the thought has struck me that the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, remember the number 1 is the kind of all-star crew of Sean Edwards, Jerome Blake, Bert Schneider, Khaled Al-Kubaisi. The number 2 car didn't break through the 2 minutes 5 in qualifying. It was a 2 minutes 5.060. Oh no, I do tell a lie. It did a 2 minutes 02 in the third session. I'm talking nonsense. Please ignore me. But I suddenly thought maybe that the Black Falcon team were going to hedge their bets and run one car with one strategy, one with the other. And because I couldn't find anybody else who was in a position to do that, but in fact it's not doable for the Black Falcon team either. So both they and the Saudi Falcons, the Team Schubert BMWs, are going to have to both run both their cars on the same strategy. But it is a fascinating conundrum which way you do run it. And it'll be interesting to see how well the teams are going to be able to stick to their prescribed average lap times. And so nice as well that the race isn't going to be necessarily a 24-hour sprint, because I think they're going to expect to have problems along the way with these predominantly production-based GT cars.
And again there, as the Corvette comes out of the final corner, did nothing wrong there, but the two other guys are having a little bit of a dice, and all of a sudden the place is going. A number of people asking if we could mention the Corvette, and ideally if they could see it. We live to serve. There is the 133 Corvette.
Code 60's been called.
Has it?
Purple flag. Purple flag.
A course car heading down the pit lane as well. Right, well, this gives us a perfect opportunity to talk about Code 60. We did plenty of chat and debate about this when we came back from this event last year. It was a real big talking point on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday night.
ACO, take note.
Oh, I'm a convert to it. No safety cars go out on the circuit here when the race is live. Intervention cars, yes. Tow vehicles, yes. Recovery vehicles, yes. The reason is those flags right there, purple with 60 in the middle, and there we have Land Rover Discovery, I think, or no, it's a Ford Flex, isn't it? Heading out around the circuit.
Ooh, cold tires.
Everybody slows down to 60 kilometres an hour and keeps their distance from the car in front and holds station. Now, the key thing to making this work is that they all have to come out at the same time, so the race director calls for it, gets everybody ready, and then gives them a countdown. And when they are removed at the same time. So there's no advantage or disadvantage of getting caught behind a safety car or safety cars that can't keep up with the pace of everybody else, as we've often seen in WEC and at Le Mans. And what happens is everybody then makes up their mind, do I pit, do I not pit? Some of them will, some of them won't. And you'll see this happen if we need to neutralise the race on Friday and Saturday. Now you see we've got a nice quiet front straight. The pit lane's about to get busy. Let's go down to Nick Damon, who is in the pit lane at the moment. Who have you got for us, Nick?
I've got Frank Yu. Frank, who I last spoke to at Le Mans when you were in the Aston Martin support event. Yes, and you had a good time. Your team won, didn't it?
Yeah, we were in pole at Le Mans and finished P3, but the winner of the GT3 class at Le Mans.
So how do you find yourself a few months later doing another, well, doing the actual classic race, but another classic venue?
Well, it's always been our plan to come to Dubai and sort of like the first event of the year with the support of Aston Martin Racing. Starting from May, we'll be entering 2 cars at the Asia Le Mans Series. So this is sort of like a practice.
I mean, you talk about support, but suddenly, you know, John Gore turns up, and then you've got Darren Turner turns up, then Stefan Mucker turns up. I mean, it's amazing.
Yes, we're the partner team of AMR for the Asia region, so we're getting a lot of support from the factory, and thanks to them, we are putting a great team together for next year. Yes.
But does it put pressure on you for this weekend that you're driving with the 2 established factory stars?
No, not at all, actually. They're very friendly and very helpful. Of course, I met them at Le Mans already, so we work very well together. And there's been a lot of exchange between our engineers and the factory engineers, so all in all, it's been a very, very good experience.
Frank, thank you very much and good luck for the weekend. And yes, it is getting really noisy down here, John.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon with Frank New in the pit lane. The Racing Divas are having a little strategy meeting there. Their car being run by the same outfit that is running Saudi Falcons this year. The Schubert team were run by Vacher when they were running the Clios. As they were telling us earlier on, they basically decide who starts the race. Everything else, tactics, will be down to the team. It's a very different experience for them from what they did running their own team effectively last year. And there is a problem down at the hairpin, which has caused the Course 60 as we're on board with the Aston Martin number 15. This is where the incident was earlier on. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles, support vehicles down there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how close they are to the track, though, John.
They're well off the track.
Issue, because, yeah, and I'm not quite sure if they're actually the other side of the...
No, they're on the track side, but in the runoff area. You'll see now, as these headlights... Oh, that's another car joining them there. When you next see a race car come round, you'll see that they are on the runoff area between the edge of the track and the tyre wall, which is the straight-on portion. Now, of course, it would be the darkest part of the track that these cars have stopped in, and there is no way that we can identify what car it might be, if indeed there is a car. Now, there's a whole host of race cars coming now, so let's get the binos on them. Well, if it's something that's gone off, it's gone a very long way off. But there is a bit of runoff there, in all fairness. Might be worth having a look at the ticker, Paul, and see if there's anything on there that the marshals have reported for us. There's also an intervention car making its way through the field that is doing the code 60 at the moment. And we've seen that before here. If officials are needing to move around as it's heading back towards turn 13 and 14 now, we lose it for a moment. It's not helping that there's a whole host of flashing lights on the motorway as well, just outside the circuit. Into the pit lane comes the AF Corsa number 16 with the Understand branding on, which has been added since Wednesday. I think that arrived this morning. Certainly didn't see that black stripe on the car in the early part of the week. So there is the 15. That is the Aston Martin of Darren Turner behind the wheel now, who is the works driver. I moved, Andy, sorry. And there is the intervention TT. We are under code 60 at the moment. He's doing more than 60 clicks. He's doing more than
60 in that TT, isn't he?
Yeah, you can tell that because the rear spoiler's deployed. Even if you don't know what the speed is, it's a dead giveaway. The reason being that there are a number of safety vehicles in the vicinity of the hairpin. Now, they've just moved away, and there's certainly something that was on the track, and now they have moved. Can't see any recovery vehicle coming back, but that could be... There is a cutout there on that far side where the flatbeds can come around without having to drive around the track. It's very efficiently designed, this circuit. When you design a circuit from scratch, the temptation is to try and put too much in, I always think. Right. And it's not what you put in, but the things that make it easy to run events that really define tracks. And the return roads, the passages under the track and the gaps between the barriers here have been very well thought out indeed. Almost if whoever designed this track thought, do you know, one day we might have a 24-hour race here and we might need to get cars back from the other side of the circuit.
I don't know if this is reliable or not, John, but there's a suggestion on the Headlines website that it is a simulated rescue. So it may well be
this year, didn't we?
that they just put it that far off the circuit in order to simulate having course cars on the track during a Code 60, and there wasn't actually any of the competitors' cars involved, and it was purely an exercise for the course cars, marshals, and everybody else involved in a rescue, should there be one during the race.
Well, we had one of those, I say, at Le Mans this year, didn't we?
That's right.
At Specutainment, if you'd like to get in touch with us. And that's exactly what Patrick Lindsay has done, to ask about Code 60. He said, is 60 clicks the speed limit down the pit lane as well? It's not, Paul, is it? There's a couple of different speed limits here.
40 in the pit lane, 20 in the refueling area, so it's not even the same button that you have to press on the steering wheel if you had such a thing. However, yeah, no, it is a very good way of neutralising the race. But like all these things, it's only as good as the enforcement of it.
Yes.
And if somebody starts to take the mickey, or some people 60 kilometres an hour is not as quick as other people 60 kilometres an hour, then it needs to be fallen upon with a heavy hand, as it was last year in last year's race. I think there was a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty dished out at one point for not obeying the Code 60.
Is the word that's used in the supplementary regulations.
But ultimately caused the fit of peak, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It was quite interesting. I spoke to another racing driver over the winter time. This is the winter time still, isn't it, I suppose?
Not anymore.
But not anymore. The racing season started. Over the close season, we were talking about neutralising races, and I was comparing what happens at the Nürburgring with coning off.
Yes.
And sort of said, well, you know, what happens if, and why does that work so well? And the reason this racing driver gave that it worked so well was not the fact that it was coned off, but was the fact that if you go dangerously, they penalise you with a stop-and-go penalty.
Yes.
From the racing driver's mentality point of view, the reason for doing what you're told is you don't want to get penalised.
Yeah.
And you know, that's the mentality that you have to approach the drivers with.
And the guys who are working on the incident are the absolute judges of fact on that at the Nürburgring. It doesn't have to be seen on a camera. It doesn't have to be reported by someone. It's the intervention vehicles. As the green flag flies, and Carlo Lusa in the number 8 Porsche was a bit dozy there, because he's crawled across the start-finish line and still hasn't got up to speed, whilst all around him are speeding up. Now that is the one thing that you do have to be on your guard with, just in case people don't see the green flags or the green lights. And again, as the Code 60 was withdrawn there, that wasn't a green flag at the start-finish line and then everybody else following round. That was the race director getting on the radio to every marshal's post saying, I'm going to withdraw Code 60 in 30 seconds. Stand by, stand by. In fact, it was the number 7 Porsche that was driving slowly, and in fact, it's gone
pulled off,
around. That is the FAC Autotech, the other car, the FAT car, and he's offered turn 1 there. Yeah, the race director basically giving them a countdown and then counting them down from 5 and saying we'll be going green in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green, 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 and everybody puts out the green flags together. The teams hear that as well.
Ideally, that means that everybody gets going up to full speed at the same time, provided everybody's on their toes. Only works with radio contact, of course, that it goes through to the drivers, but the marshals' posts are also held in radio contact.
Correct.
And they are told to withdraw the purple flags, put out the greens, and it works very well.
Yes, I'm a big exponent of it. That number 7 car is not the speed, guys, is it?
Well, this is the car that had problems earlier on in the race, wasn't it? Or earlier on in the session.
It's Marco Zollin who's behind the wheel of that car at the moment.
Only joined in the session in the latter stages.
Good point.
And so they've they're getting through the laps to qualify the drivers, but a bit like we heard from Guy Smith, there's a kind of a worry here that we're in for a 24-hour race and we can't even do a 2-hour practice session. You know, we heard that from Guy Smith. Gearbox issues, not to do with the accentuation of it, but with the gearbox internals, and it's the second time it's happened in that Ram Racing Ferrari.
Just going back to that Code 60, I love the fact that we've got such interactivity. Thanks to Baz Weisman, who's Baz JE125 on Twitter. He's sent us a message at Specutainment. He said the Code 60 was indeed a simulation, a rescue test, and checking the lights on marshal posts to make sure that the drivers can see them. So the reason the safety car was out was because the clerk of the course was in the safety car looking at the lighting on the marshal's post and the flag post. So Baz, thanks for that. And Chris Bunting, who is USF1 fan, says, I'm a big Code 60 convert. I would like to see it used in other endurance racing events.
Can I've only got a small hobby horse, but I'm just going to push it out. There is no reason why you couldn't have a partial Code 60. Think about it. Long circuit, you don't want to neutralise the whole circuit. Think of Anthony Davidson's accident last year. You want to neutralise a piece of the racetrack. You just set a Code 60 for that section of the racetrack.
And most,
from the second chicane to Indianapolis.
Most tracks now have got splits. You could do the times with it.
And the car has a button on it called pit lane speed limiter. Okay, it's different here because the pit lane speed limit is different from the Code 60 limit, but there is nothing to stop you making that exactly the same. Yep.
The Code 60 debate will rage on, I'm sure. I think there's more to be said for it than against it. I'm not sure it's absolutely perfect, as we said last year, but nevertheless, it seems to be. I think it's better than a safety car. I really do. Now, evening driving also means that you've got to get used to driving in the dark. Bruce Jones is down in the pit lane with. Well, he's been watching some of the teams working out their night strategy, Bruce.
I have indeed, but if I can just whiz back to the Code 60, the teams are in the dark in Code 60 because some of them are saying to me, you know, what is it? Well, what's happened?
Read the supplementary regulations.
Exactly. But talking of lights and things, Nick spoke earlier to Dominic Schwager, one of the drivers of the number 12 Saudi Falcons BMWs. Dominic Baumann, teammate, the Austrian teammate, has just brought the car into the garage and they've got holding a sort of white sheet up at the back. The rest of the garage is in dark and they're just working very heavily on the headlights there, just trying to get the angles right to do the job, because here it's not just spotting the edges of the circuit. They really need to be able to see where the dusty line is and or the dust lies off the racing line. So we know the cars, the BMW Z4 is very fast in the A6 class. They're running about 3rd and 5th, I think, at the moment, but they're not just using the night time on the track, they're using the night time to get those lights in position and right. And a lot of the other cars are now parked up for the evening. I think they've got all their 4 or 5 drivers with night laps behind them. Now they're saving the cars and just starting their work programme towards the race tomorrow.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce Jones down there in the pit lane. It's a fair point because quite a lot of this race will actually run in darkness, and it gets dark very, very quickly here. It is a bit like switching off a light switch. 17:48, I think, was sunset either today or yesterday. It'll push it a few moments further. And
each day.
Yeah. Yay. Yeah, it's getting shorter. The night's getting shorter. Bruce has just said on my headset which 24 hours race has got the most night running in it. Le Mans is running the shortest time of the year. It might well be this one. Answers to @Specutainment, please.
It's this one or Daytona. Because Daytona.
This is on the same latitude, more or less, as Daytona.
Right.
So because this is now and Daytona is a fortnight's time, this has to be longer.
Yeah.
I was fascinated last year because I did both. At the difference in latitude between here and Daytona is exactly the same as the difference in latitude between Silverstone and Le Mans.
Really?
Yeah.
10 degrees of temperature rather than latitude, yes, says Bruce in the pit. Thank you, Bruce. We have got 12.5 minutes left of this night session, and as Bruce was telling us, a lot of the teams beginning to wind down their efforts for this evening and beginning to think about perhaps going for an early dinner. But one one team certainly not doing that and doing quite the opposite. Let's go back to Bruce Jones for another update from the pit lane. Bruce?
Paul Trustwell was just trying to work out which cars hadn't been out, and Mini 101 was one of those, but that is now out on the circuit. It just came back in, but they've been working under the bonnet of that ever since the start of the session. In fact, they've enjoyed it so much they're pushing the car back into the garage to do a little bit more. But at least they got to work out if their headlights worked.
Thank you, Bruce. Yes, easy to forget the cars at the smaller end of the grid, but they're all having their own battles as well as the 25 car is out there in the darkness. That's the Jones car. All you've got to say for 25 is Jones driving. It's Morgan Jones at the moment.
Jones behind the wheel.
Jones behind the wheel. Yeah, of the Jones car. We could have Jones. The Jones car coming in. It's Jones getting out, Jones getting in, and reporting.
Let's go to Bruce
Jones. We do have the full set this weekend. We really do. That's the Sally Falklands garage, and once again, that is work going on at the front, and that's headlights again that they're having a look at there. Everybody using the high-intensity discharge lights now. Of course, they're very light and very efficient. Use those ballast resistors very carefully.
It's really.
Ooh, hello. Make your hair. That would make your hair turn.
Give you a whole new hairdo. It's a Porsche.
Yeah, that's a 997 Porsche. You can see that by the LEDs on the front. It's important. It sounds normy, but it's important for us to see these cars doing this at this time of night, just so you can see what cars they are. And that is the 44 car that's just got out of the pit lane in the hands of Edward Stuckert. And as I say, it's important for us to be able to identify cars by just headlights, not just from the TV pictures, but of course, when we don't have TV pictures, don't forget you can continue to follow the Dubai 24 Hours, the Dunlop Dubai 24 Hours at the website, www.24hdubai.com, and with radiolemans.com in audio only.
We'll be following it, so you should follow it.
Staying up all night now.
So less than 10 minutes to go now, John. 78 cars out, as Bruce was just reporting. 4 we've got that aren't going to qualify at this rate. So they are the number 21, which is the Lamborghini that we know about out with that accident damage. The number 129, which was the instigator of that damage, is perhaps unfair way to put it, but it was the one that had the engine problem, which led to that problem. And that's the Timesh Fairshur BMW 123 diesel 129. That needs a new engine, but apart from that, they could go racing. The problem is they haven't qualified and they haven't done the night lap, so they're going to need a waiver from the organisers in order to get in. The number 51 is the 997 from the LV Motorsport team, which has a gearbox problem. That hasn't qualified either. And then the other one that we're missing is the B2F Competition Porsche number 45 of the French team, and that one we're missing as well. Apart from that, they're all on.
Alexander Tolkanitsa Jr. in the 11 car at the moment. Questions about those marker lights. They aren't mandatory, and there are some rules here about them. They're not allowed to flash here in the not Dubai 24 Hours. You don't have to have those strips on. It's mainly to help us and the teams to identify the cars in the darkness. Quite a lot of people will have coloured lights in the grille. You see that at Le Mans, or coloured lights on the top of the cars. Or a headlight flashing device at Le Mans. You quite often see when people hit the pit lane speed limiter, the headlights of the cars flash in a particular pattern. Audi, of course, have got those very cool sort of fluorescent coloured strips around the headlight pods, which are for different colours for red, green and yellow, I think, for the 3 cars. With just 7.5 minutes left to go, let's head down to the pit lane where Nick Damon has got more reaction from the drivers.
with Marco Ciocci from AF Corsa. Marco, it's fair to say normally if AF Corsa take part in any racing event, they're right at the top, pushing for the lead, but you've had a kind of a quiet couple of days, haven't you?
So for sure, for course, all these kind of races are ready to fight. It is a very hard race, especially this edition, and quali for a lot of very quick car. But we are okay for the race pace, and we are ready to challenge with a lot of great cars, great team, and great drivers.
You got a kind of, I think last year you did this with Matt Griffin, didn't you? And then he's down the road, and you've got a completely new team again. What's the mixture in your team of experience? What have the other guys done?
So for sure, last year with Matt, there's a great relationship, also like friendship. But all drivers in F course in this car also are very expert, like Lorenzo Casem, Mika Salo, and Lorenzo Carvalho is young. But all drivers are ready, in any case, which car driving to be ready to fight in all conditions, night, day, maybe rain, I don't know.
don't wish the rain on us, we've left Europe for that. The car obviously wasn't right at the front end of the qualifying, but what do you think your race pace will be?
I guess that our race pace could be between 3 and 5. It depends. Maybe 5 at the beginning with much more car, maybe 3 in the night and the end of the race with the less car, but it's easy. In the garage, it's every time easy. Decide which kind of lap time we'll see tomorrow.
Now, of course, in other series, in GT3 and especially GTE, the real strong point of the Ferrari is its fantastic fuel consumption. Is that the same in this version of the car? Will it also have a big fuel advantage over the other GT3 machines?
I don't think that our special weapon in this race it will be the consumption, because there are some cars like Mercedes and BMW that made a very great job, especially for this race, I guess. But we are not far away, or we are not so in front. I guess that our best weapon could be our engine and our race pace, because the car is very constant. For the fuel consumption, maybe some Mercedes and BMWs in around maybe are better than us, but we will see.
Marco, thank you very much. And you only a fool ever counts out AF Corsa from any sports car event.
You're spot on there, Nick. Absolutely spot on there. And you always feel that they're thinking all the time. 4 minutes to go in this night track practice. Darren Turner now in the lead Aston Martin. You'll be leaving us, our pictures will be leaving just in a few moments. And we'll be back tomorrow for warm-up on radio, and then if you check on the website, we'll have all the TV times for you as well. The Saudi Falcon still trying to set those headlights up on the board.
It's simply gorgeous.
Yeah, I can see you nipping down to South Carolina and having a Z4 if you can have it in that colour. That's where they built them, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's about 90 minutes from my house.
Yeah, a couple of hours from your house down at Greenville, I think, to isn't it? It's on the outskirts.
I think they're both going to go out, aren't they, in the last few minutes, just to check that they've managed to point all the lights in the right direction.
Yeah.
The problem is, if the driver comes back and says, no, it's worse than it was before, then what do you do? Do you revert back to how it was, or do you you probably just send them off down to the local supermarket car park to drive around for a few hours over the night?
Everything's lit here on the main roads. That's the problem. There's not a lot of darkness. Quite a lot of people
drive without their headlights.
Quite easily forget to drive along with their headlights. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage, our TV coverage for you from the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours today. We have to leave you on television shortly, but rest assured you'll see plenty of the action tomorrow. Remember, it's a Friday and a Saturday race for the 8th edition of the Dunlop 24 hours. Thanks for being with us. Join us again tomorrow. has just gone back out there. Dirk Muller in fourth and Mark Maciocci both in the pits. Dirk Eerdorf just gone out. As we have...
There's also less traffic too. So
yeah, that's zero time left on the clock, guys. Is the checkered flag out?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And Dirk Eerdorf it is who sees it first. Philip Aim goes through with the number 10 car right beneath our feet. So there we are.
As they say,
that is
Erap.
Yeah, that was his outlap for Dirk Eerdorf, with the Schubert BMW coming in there right at the end, out and then checkered flag and then back in, but it'll be enough for him to tell whether the lights are right.
Very early start for warm-up if you want to listen in the morning. It's